Hi, this is Tina. Just to let you know, we don't have quorum yet. Mayor Stewart is going to be late, not until after dinner. And Deputy Mayor Kirby Young is also attending a meeting for civic business. So it will be me opening the meeting when I see, which I just did, a sixth councillor come through. And then I'll be asking you to elect a chair. We do have we made a bit of a presumption with Councillor Carr being the duty councillor that she may be elected to be chair. If that's the case, she's set up to do so. We're just getting.
Tina, do you need a motion to? Do you need just to kind of get things rolling? Are you going to need a motion?
Yeah. Yes, and I will ask for one. Yeah, I have to open
okay,
the meeting.
No language is required.
Yeah, so I have to do roll call first. Yeah, okay. We're connecting here with TELUS first, so I'll just take a couple of more minutes.
Tina, Daydream, it's a Councillor Carr here.
Yes.
So I just tried to open my the chair RDP and it's not connecting for me. Oh, wait a second. I'm just trying a second time. No, it says it. Oh, it says it cannot find the computer. I guess my computer's not on in the chambers.
Okay, How is hearing this? How can you give us a hand? Councillor Carr. It might be her computer's not turned on. Hi, Councillor Dominato. Can you hear us?
Yeah, loud and clear, Tina. Thanks.
Okay. We're just taking a few minutes to get going here so that we can deal with the technical issues. Councillor DiGenova, I see you. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. I can hear you, Tina. Can you hear me?
Can do. Thank you.
Great. Thanks.
And Councillor Weeb? Okay. Good afternoon, Council. The time is just past 3 o'clock, and I see the meeting does have quorum. This is the clerk speaking, Tina Penny. I have been advised by the mayor's office that Mayor Stewart is currently chairing a police board meeting and therefore will be late arriving to this reconvened special council meeting. Likewise, I have been advised by Deputy Mayor Kirby Young that she has a leave of absence for civic business and also is presently attending another meeting on behalf of the city and will be late arriving. Therefore, in accordance with the procedures bylaw, the clerk, myself, shall start the meeting with roll call and determine if there is quorum to proceed. Immediately following roll call, and assuming quorum is achieved, the first order of business is for council members present to elect an interim chair to take on that role until one of the mayor or deputy mayor arrives and resumes the chair role. With that, I will do roll call. Mayor Stewart is on leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DiGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
And Councillor Kirby Young is on leave of absence. The meeting has quorum. So in the absence of the mayor and the deputy mayor, the first item of business following the roll call is to ask for council to elect a chair. Would a council member like to assume the chair role for this meeting?
Tina, I was going to nominate someone based on the deputy roster and duty counselor. I believe that Councillor Carr is currently the duty counselor, and if she's willing to accept, I'd like to nominate her or move a motion to suggest she be chair until the deputy or the mayor arrives.
Okay.
And I am willing to accept that nomination.
Okay. Is there a seconder?
Second, Council Bly.
Okay. Let's do this by verbal. If all are in favor, please say yay.
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 Any opposed? Nay. Not hearing any opposed, carried unanimously. And over to you, Chair Carr.
Great, thank you so much. And Tina, if you wouldn't mind opening a Jabber so I can follow the speakers list as you identify speakers by number. I haven't been invited into that. That would be great. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Vancouver City Special Council meeting of Thursday, October 7th. We are reconvening from October 5th and 6th. This meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw and the City of Vancouver Electronic Meetings Regulation. Council members and the public have the option to participate by electronic means or in person. Please note, if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. And if a council member loses connection during the voting process, staff are available to get you back online quickly while the voting is suspended and the contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when they're available. Council members participating by electronic means are reminded to please enable their video to ensure quorum is maintained during this meeting. I'll start by acknowledging that we are on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. And I also want to take a moment to recognize the incredible contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. The plan for the day. first of all, I just want to make sure the public knows that they can listen to the proceedings via the city's website or YouTube link, and you can follow along on Twitter at Vancouver City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting. The video of council members speaking, presentations, amendments, and vote results are projected to viewers when they are available. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website, and the link to that form will be tweeted out on at Van City Clerk. I also want to note that Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. And I remind council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. So reminding you all, on Wednesday, October 6th, council completed items 5 through 8 and started hearing speakers on item 9, which is members' motion, saving drugs with a community-led compassion club model for safer tested drugs. Today, we will begin hearing from speaker 37. Just to go over the plan for the day, there will be a break at 5 p.m. for dinner. We will reconvene at 6 p.m. And should we not complete our business on the agenda before 10 p.m. today, we will recess and reconvene next Wednesday, October 13th at 3 p.m. So we are on agenda item 9, Saving Lives with a Community-Led Compassion Club Model for Safer Tested Drugs, moved by Councillor Swanson, seconded by myself. Last night we heard up to speaker 36. Our first speaker today is speaker 37, Brennan Lee.
Hi there. Am I on?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. So
great.
you have up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brennan Lee, and I support the motion of Saving Lives with Community-Led Compassion Club Model for Safer Tested Drugs. I'd like to acknowledge that this council meeting is held upon the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. I live in Vancouver, and I'm the administrative lead for the Tenant Overdose Response Organizer TORO program, an initiative wherein lead tenants in the most at-need private SROs in the downtown east side provide their neighbors with naloxone training, community connections, and social support. I really only want to raise a single point of contention with the major rhetoric of the council yesterday, which seemed to be that the Drug User Liberation Front would be gathering these drugs by illicit means, namely the dark web, and the ethics of that. In May of 2021, the council submitted a proposal to Health Canada asking for an exemption from the CDSA for people to be able to possess drugs for personal use. In doing so, you effectively sanctioned drug procurement through the illicit means of the unpredictable and volatile street market by individuals. But I don't see the logic in allowing people to buy unsafe drugs for themselves, but not allowing a group to buy safe drugs for others. And I don't see the logic in giving people the right to have drugs, but not the right to have them be safe and clean. The Drug User Liberation Front can provide a stopgap system wherein illicit drugs are tested and reintroduced to market for no profit until a legal supply is provided, which proves to be a safer method meant only to stop death and is not more morally reprehensible than other options. But what does seem to be, to me, more morally reprehensible, however, is putting red tape across all low barrier avenues for individuals to acquire safe medicine. That's really the only point that I was striving to make. So that's all I have to say.
Great. Thank you very much. And Councillor DiGenova, I have your name on the list. Are you, is that a holdover from yesterday? Councillor DiGenova? You may be muted. Yeah, I don't see Councillor DiGenova's name back on the list again. So, Speaker, thank you so much for speaking to us. There are no questions for you, but again, appreciate you very much speaking.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great. Have a good evening. We are on now speaker 38, Kevin Donaghy.
Yes. Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Perfect. Is it possible to call back in about 10 minutes? I'm just on the road right now, but I'll be at my destination in about 10 minutes.
Yes, you can call back in. For sure, I will be going over the list, but I'll note that you actually did respond at this time. So perhaps in about 10 minutes, I will ask if you are on the line. Thank you for letting
Thank
me
you
know
so
about
much.
that. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Is speaker 39, Rianne Finis, on the line?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Great. We can hear you perfectly. Please address council up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks for having me here. My name is Rianne. I'm a lifelong resident of Vancouver, and I am in support of Jean Swanson's motion, Saving Lives with the Community-Led Compassion Club model for safer tested drugs. I'm asking City Council to pass the motion and endorse DOLF's Section 56 exemption request. On a personal note, people in my immediate community have been killed by the overdose epidemic, and I have loved ones who are at risk of overdose caused by the deregulated drug supply. And even if I wasn't personally affected in this way, my position would be the same. We know that prohibition doesn't work. We know that the illicit drug supply is deregulated and its unpredictability is killing people. We know we need safe supply to prevent completely preventable deaths. The current avenues for obtaining prescription safe supply are narrow and not accessible to many people. And I have heard from the community about the barriers and the insufficiency of the very limited current safe supply programs, which prevents access or grants access for a very short time before people go back to using the volatile street supply. DOLF is proposing a tangible way to immediately decrease the number of non-fatal and fatal overdoses by providing more accessible safe supply in a model that works for the actual community who urgently need it. And evidence shows that safe supply needs to include accessible community-led safe supply programs. And as it says in the exemption request letter by DOLF, peer-led interventions significantly extend the reach and effectiveness of existing programs that are not peer-led and should be regarded as an essential component of the response to the overdose crisis. One of the reasons that the DOLF program is essential is because it is designed and implemented by the community. If you've ever thought or said, I wish there was something we could do, or I wish there were better solutions, this is that. This is the moment where there's a better strategy and where there is something that you can do. On the City of Vancouver website, it says that elected officials use the expertise of the people of Vancouver to shape decisions and plans. This motion is a clear opportunity to listen to, support, and implement the expertise of the community. This is a life or death situation today and every day until there is truly accessible safe supply, and your position today will have direct effects on the lives of our community members. I'm asking you, City Council, to heed the expertise of DOLF, Bandu, and community members, and to make the right and only reasonable choice by supporting their project of a safe supply fulfillment center and passing this motion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. You don't have any questions, but you spoke very clearly, and thank you so much for taking the time to do that. Good. We are on to speaker 40, who is Sarah. Sarah on the line?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Go ahead to speak to council up to 10 minutes. I'm sorry, up to 5 minutes. Sorry.
Okay. 10 minutes. Okay, thank you.
that was a bit of a mistake. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I just wanted to start off by thanking you all for allowing me to speak today. I'm in support of this motion before you today. The folks that are supporting this motion I know them well. They're working on the front line in this crisis, and they're, there as we're all watching our friends and family die, and you just can't understand unless you're there. It's just it's just the most horrific time for so many people. And, we hear from mothers that are losing their family, their children, and it's just, we're losing people that we know every other day, and it's unbelievable, really. So, and things have to be done. So, and they're usually, when things are done, they're done in a grassroots way, and then government tends to follow on. But the interesting thing is that the people that are actually supporting this motion are Vancouver Coastal Health and BCCSU and the UBC Department of Medicine and Mums Stop the Harm. Major groups that are the experts in this crisis are supporting this. So, and when I'm looking at some of the things that people are getting stuck on, like the dark web, don't get stuck in that. Honestly, just don't get stuck in that, because people are really dying. This is there's a lot of solutions in this proposal. And if you get stuck in that and you don't vote for this or even amend it just to your satisfaction, I think that's a huge. You're basically saying the experts don't know what they're talking about, and I don't think that's okay. I just wanted to use a few minutes to just maybe go through some of the things that some other mayors have said in the past. Sam Sullivan said legalizing hard drugs has been long championed as a better way to deal with drug issues rather than criminalizing them. And Larry Campbell said, what did he say? I'm beyond that now, Campbell said of injection sites, which he said keep people alive but don't address the underlying causes of addiction. We should actually start supplying opiates to addicts within facilities. And then I was looking, I was reading through some of the things that Philip Owen had said, and what it came down to is that he didn't really care what people thought. He knew in his heart that the right thing to do was to help people, and it takes political courage to do that. And I think that you all really have to understand that it's going to take political courage here, and you guys have this opportunity to be courageous here and do the right thing and be leaders here. If you just simply get in the weeds and vote it down due to a few things that could be amended, it just wouldn't. It would be a very sad situation. Also, I would like to say that as a place where we see up to 900 people a day, I would do anything to be able to send people to a place where there are people, the experts that I trust, that would be able to, have a drug supply that has been tested, because they're going to test the drugs, that they're going to know that the drugs are safe. And then we could be able to get that to our folks so that they weren't dying. I really at this point would do anything for that. So, and also there's, Fair Price Pharma, who they're ready to go. They have a supply that's a legitimate supply. Where the drugs are coming from. Pharmacists, Perry Kendall, the former Bonnie Hendry, is involved with that. BCCSU. There's a lot of ways to get safe supply to people through this program in front of you today. So I think
actually, if you could just wrap up, but you just are a little bit over time.
I've wrapped up. It's okay.
You've got quick questions from several councillors. If you wouldn't mind holding on the line to answer their questions.
That's okay. Yep. No
Okay.
problem.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. You're first, up to 3 minutes.
Hi, Sarah. Thanks so much for waiting 3 whole days to speak. And I really appreciate I appreciate you taking the time. And sorry, I'm gonna fire these questions quickly because we only got 3 minutes now. But
that's okay.
Vancouver Coastal Health, I really appreciate the work that you're doing to save lives. I know that we have to save lives. Yes, to save supply. I've said it. I think the Naomi trial was maybe ended too soon, and we should have reduced the barriers. But you had mentioned Vancouver Coastal supports this, but this actual proposal that DULF has put together is about buying this supply. Like, it's one organization buying large amounts of supply on the dark web. And I'm wondering, I mean, do you know if Vancouver Coastal supports that?
If you look at the proposal, it's more than that. And honestly, Councillor DeGenova, if you're looking at that one item, and I would just suggest that, to do it a different way, and just ask them to, amend it in some way, where you're going to a legitimate source, something that you would be happy with, as opposed to throwing the whole thing out, in your opinion.
Yeah.
So I would suggest. I mean, I don't agree. I think that the fact that they're trying to get a source of drugs and then they're going to test it, it's going to save lives. So I don't agree with what you're saying here, but at the same time,
Just
I wouldn't
asking
throw
a question.
the baby
I have
out
to ask the
bathwater,
question because
right? Yeah,
I'm asking
that's
because
fine.
there are a number of different ways of safe supply, as we know. And I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't heard anyone throw it out there that maybe we should, I don't know, grow our own poppies or do this or find a way to take it away from organized crime. I'm all for that.
Yeah.
But I also know the harms that come on the other side of it that Vancouver Coastal Health has actually presented to this council with organized crime. And I'm just wondering, do you think we should try and find the safest way possible that cuts out organized crime?
Yeah. And there are alternatives waiting. There's alternatives waiting. I mean, I would like you to look up Fair Price Pharma. They're an organization that Perry Kendall, the former Bonnie Henry, is involved. BCCSU. A lot of folks are, that they found a supply that would be legal. There's doctors, pharmacists. Some folks that worked on Solomé, the leaders in Vancouver are working on that project. And I think that, that would be an opportunity to work with Fair Price Pharma in order to get a safe supply to DULF. I think that would be better than just throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And BCCSU is where Philip Owen's professorship was, and I think that's the work that he was working towards, and those folks are involved with this as well. So I really think that it's going to take bravery and leadership. You don't have to agree with the whole proposal. If there's things about it you don't like, I would just ask for them to be amended or work with.
And that's my time, Sarah, but thanks for your bravery and thanks for what you do, and I will follow up with you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Yeah, no, I'm up.
There's another
Questions.
counselor. I just want to make sure we have the
Hi,
chair
Sarah.
on the line still.
Yeah, she's there. Hi, Sarah. Thanks for coming today.
Hey.
You talked about political leadership needing to happen, and that you don't think that an amendment should go forward if it doesn't need to water this down, and that we should look at all options. So instead of only looking at legal sources, if in the short term or for some of these substitutes, they need to go to the dark web, we should show political leadership in supporting this work moving forward, recognizing it will save lives in these difficult times. Is that okay? So you think go forward with what it is, and obviously know that the organization's going to work with Fair Price Farm and other organizations to find legal opportunities when they can.
Yeah, as soon as I've been working with Fair Price Pharma, meeting with them weekly. They're ready to go as soon as different levels of government. I mean, what you could do would be maybe to have the city strike some sort of, amend it to strike some sort of like working group with Fair Price Pharma and to try and see where they're at and help them out, or meeting or something along those lines.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then can you speak to a little bit, we know that parts of Crosstown have shut down, and there's obviously in the legislative, they talked about how we've had more deaths, I think 600 deaths since the BC government has last sat, and just how much we need as many solutions as possible to this.
Something has to be done, and people are very desperate. I mean, we're desperate to the point where we just want a safe supply that people know where they're getting. And any drugs that would come into this organization, this organization is an organization of really upstanding citizens, people that really, really care about people dying and want to put a stop to it, and they're going to test everything. And I trust them 100% to make sure that people won't die if, and they can go to these folks and get something that's safe. So it's just
people that would sorry, Sarah, I don't have time. So people that would normally go to a dealer and buy it in a negative way would now at least be able to go to an organization that would be able to clean it. So they would be buying it from similar full sources, but this stuff would be clean, organized.
Yeah, and they would take a spectrometer. They'll take a spectrometer to it, which will test it to see exactly what's in it, so people will know exactly what they're getting, and they're getting it from a reputable source of people who care, that aren't going to try and give them, or don't care enough to give them plaster or pig dewormer or everything else under the sun. And honestly, it may still be, somewhat illegal in one manner or another, but it's at the same time, it's going to save lives and people from dying, and it's just so important. And honestly, we could put the pedal to the metal on things like fair price pharma instead. But in the meantime, we need something to stop the death toll, because it's unbelievable.
That's it for Counterweave's time. But we did go a little over, but I just have to say thank you, Sarah, for all you've done, both in the past and currently, to save lives in Vancouver. That's it for your question.
So much.
So thank you.
I really hope you guys can support this. Bye. Is that it?
Yeah, that is it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
And Council, I've been led to understand by the clerk that Kevin Donaghy, who was on the line earlier, had to get settled out of his car, is now back on the line. Speaker 38. Kevin, are you here?
Yes. Hi.
Hi. Great. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to Council.
Super. Thanks so much. I'd like to apologize for that inconvenience. But good evening. I'd like to start by recognizing that the council meeting is taking place on the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. And I'm calling in from the traditional territory of the Anishinaabeg, Ojibwe, the Mississauga of the Credit, and Haudenosaunee. I'm a former resident of the downtown east side of Vancouver, and I am a person with lived and living experience of drug use. I worked as a harm reduction worker in the downtown east side at Vandu, and I worked at the Overdose Prevention Society. I was a founding member of a drug user group in Nanaimo, and I'm the former president of the BC Yukon Association of Drug War Survivors. I'd like to commend Jean Swanson, or the motion presented today. It's a brave stance to take. While I used drugs, I overdosed multiple times, and I owe my life to the frontline harm reduction workers in the downtown east side, people at Vandu, OPS, St. Paul's, Insight, all of those places. That every time I overdosed, it was a direct cause of drug policy failure. If a membership-based compassion club had existed at that time, if DULP had existed at that time, and it was operating at the capacity that they could with your endorsement and an approval of the Section 56 exemption, I believe that I would not have overdosed. A heroin compassion club would have the immediate potential to reduce the number of fentanyl-related deaths and impacts of organized crime. Research has shown unequivocally the immediate potential this approach has to address the underlying structural basis that has led to unprecedented levels of organized crime profits, unaffordable housing, and overdoses resulting from a toxic, contaminated supply of currently illicit drugs. This idea, this compassion club model, is not something new. A framework for compassion club models has existed for decades now, and though the idea may seem like a radical departure from the overly medicalized approach that has been taken to date, it is not. Furthermore, even if you think that it is a radical new approach, well, we need to take bold action and initiative now to do something about this situation. The public health crisis that is being fueled by the contaminated drug supply has gone on long enough, and it's taken far too many lives. The research exists. supporting this approach, voting in favor, does not mean that you're turning your back on already established approaches. There's no doubt in my mind that addiction treatment and harm reduction interventions are critical components of the public health response. But if you stop there, if you don't go beyond that, then you are missing the point, and countless more preventable deaths will occur. While important, these interventions do not address the structural factors that have given rise to the poisoning of the drug supply, nor organized crime profit motives. The reality is the city of Vancouver will not, and no city anywhere, will ever police its way out of this public health crisis. The tough on crime approach is not a solution. Criminalizing people who use drugs does absolutely nothing to abate this crisis or improve the lives of people who use drugs. We have to stop pretending that this approach, the criminalizing of drug users, equates to caring for or looking out for the best interests of drug users, because it doesn't. We will not abstinence-based models of recovery our way out of this public health crisis. They have their purpose, but they're not a solution to ending this crisis. There's been a steady increase of funding for detox centers and treatment centers, but we've continued to see the death toll rise. I have asked for help as somebody who uses drugs, as somebody who wants help, but doesn't want to adhere to an abstinence-based recovery model, and I've been told that I can't be helped. And these are the institutions that are being touted as some kind of solution to the problem, and it's just not a solution. On top of that, the medical model of safe supply as it currently exists, we will not solve the crisis that way either. I was on a dilaudid prescription program. I got drugs dispensed to me 4 times a day. I had to go to a clinic setting 4 times a day, not within 2 hours of the last time that I went. And this is an approach that's going to work. How the hell am I expected to hold down a job? I couldn't even leave the downtown east side for 24 hours because I wasn't even able to get carries on the program. I had to go to Nanaimo to deal with the family situation there, and I was denied access to carries. I had to turn back to the very same contaminated supply of drugs that I was using this safe supply program to get off of, just to make it through the 3 days I had to be in Nanaimo. These gatekeeping, power-tripping measures do not work. The evidence is here. This is what drug users have been saying for so long. We need access to a safe supply of the drugs that we want to use. We need access to clean heroin, cocaine, and meth for starters. We need access to a membership-based model of safe supply that provides us with the drugs that we use. The Drug User Liberation Front, the people who use drugs in Vancouver, have taken action into their own hands because we're sick and tired of waiting for government and policymakers to value our lives enough to take action. We've lost thousands upon thousands of people because of this health crisis, and everything up until now has been woefully inadequate. In fact, sometimes these approaches are poorly veiled attempts to further stigmatize, discriminate, oppress, and criminalize, and they're nothing more than that. Tonight, we need a city council that's brave enough to take guidance from us, that listens to us like they listen to the doctors or the chief of police or the health authorities, that listen to us like we are the experts, because we are. And we're here today, and we've been here in the past telling you that we have a solution to the public health crisis. We know what you and all levels of government need to do. We need access to a safe, regulated supply of heroin, cocaine, meth, and other drugs, and we need it now. We needed it decades ago, but we need it now more than ever, and we have the means to do that. DALT is doing that. We need the immediate approval for Compassion Club safe supply. Please vote in favor of this member motion. You are going to be saving lives by doing this.
Thank you so much. You spoke very quickly, just a little bit over time, but thank you. And you do have some questions, if you don't mind staying on the line to answer them.
Yeah, sorry for having to talk so fast. There's a lot of things that I wanted to.
That's okay. Councillor Swanson, go ahead. You have up to 3 minutes. Oops, Councillor Swanson, I'm so sorry. You somehow
Can I start now?
Yes, you can start now. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks so much for coming and for your presentation. I think it's really important for people to understand what it's like from the point of view of people who use drugs, who are the real ones who know. One of the things that's catching up some of the counselors is the idea that these drugs could be accessed from criminals, and that seems to be holding them back from supporting it. How would you answer that issue?
I would answer that issue by saying that this is not being purported to be a solution, and like a long-term solution. Like adults, if they could access a regulated supply of heroin, cocaine, and methamphetamine that is produced in this country and is regulated, they would do that immediately. But the fact is the legislative framework doesn't exist. The framework doesn't exist at this point in time to provide the Drug User Liberation Front with that regulated safe supply. So we've gone to what the lengths that we've had to go. They're going to the lengths that they have to go to provide people with a safe supply now, because 7 people in Vancouver are dying every single day. In the time that this motion was put on the table 3 days ago, 21 people in Vancouver are dead, right? So that's why, right? Yeah, there's the risk that that they don't know where the drugs are coming from. They don't know all of the intricacies. But that's not the solution. That's not the issue on the table tonight. The issue on the table tonight is that 7 people died today in the province of BC that shouldn't have died, and they wouldn't have died if they had access to the drugs the Drug User Liberation Front is distributing. We have the means to test these drugs. We have the means to determine what's in them, and why shouldn't someone who uses drugs have access to that information, just like anybody who drinks alcohol or uses other substances that are legal has access to to know what the information and know what they're doing. Like, people deserve the right to be able to make an informed decision. This is as basis of it, it's about consent, bodily consent.
So saving lives is more important than being able to say you never dealt with a criminal.
Well, what I'm saying is to say that you support decriminalization, but you don't support the approach to the Drug User Liberation Front is hypocrisy at its finest. Like, if you support decriminalization, then you support what the Drug User Liberation Front is doing, because they're doing, what we're asking for is the legal green light to distribute these drugs, without being criminalized. Or, so if you support decrim, but you don't support what the Drug User Liberation Front is doing, then you don't support decriminalization. You don't. It's that's not how that works.
Okay, and that is it for Councillor Swanson's time. But you do have more questions. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Dominato, for you, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Chair Carr, and thanks for calling in and sharing your perspective, particularly a lived experience. I think that's really valuable. I wanted to ask you a question just to contextualize, I think, the question that Councillor Swanson was asking around concerns that were raised about the dark net. It's not, and the question I guess is for you are you aware that it's not about necessarily just the criminal activity, it's the unintended consequences of other harms of people losing their lives because of supporting organized crime and terrorist groups, like teenagers who are recruited into gangs and then killed because they're lowest on the totem pole and lose their lives because they're part of those organizations. And so I'm curious if that's part of your awareness of the dark net. And this comes from talking with a number of experts in this area.
So I'm sorry, but this argument has been brought up so many times in the course of these proceedings that it honestly feels offensive. It feels like it's being used as a way to derail the conversation, the subject that this is all about, which is about saving the lives of people who use drugs in the city of Vancouver. So, the reality is that we don't know what's going on. We can't track the source of these drugs. We can't track who's been involved. But the reality is that there's billions of dollars of illegal drug activity going on in the city of Vancouver, that is not being spectrometer tested, that's not doing anybody any good. That's that is contaminated supply. It's contributing to contaminated supply. And here's a program that seeks to source the cleanest supply and test it to confirm that and distribute it. Like, I'm sorry, but the thing is that you're just trying to derail the subject. Yes, of course, I think that sex trafficking is wrong. Of course, I think that murdering, child porn and murdering and pedophilia is wrong. Of course, I think all of these things that the dark web is associated with, that the experts say the dark web is associated with, are wrong. Like, who wouldn't think that that's bad? But that's not the issue we're talking about tonight. We're talking about giving people in the city of Vancouver who use drugs access to a clean, regulated supply of drugs, and that's what DOLF is doing. This conversation, the questions, they keep ensuring that people who use drugs remain criminalized. That's when you talk about criminalization, you talk about criminal element, by refusing to acknowledge the impact that you're having on people who use drugs. If people who use drugs are criminalized constantly. Every aspect of our lives is criminalized. So I don't know. I think you have to look at the pros and cons here. You have to weigh your options here. And yes, if we could source it, we would. DOLF would.
Yes. That is your time, Councillor Dominato. Did you have a question?
Just the speaker was cutting out. It may have been my own connection. And just to clarify, if the speaker was suggesting, I think that I'm criminalizing the behavior. That's not at all been my question. I moved a motion around safe supply at this council. So I just want to be really clear on that point to the speaker that that's not what I was asking about. I was asking about terrorist and gang activity. So just they're really different from my perspective. So I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I appreciate the clarification, and that is it for the councillor's time. But for your questions, but it was great that you phoned back in, and really appreciate you not only sharing your lived experience but answering the questions of councillors. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Great. Okay. I'm now turning to speaker 41, Ann Livingston. Is Ann on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Great.
Hello?
We can hear you clearly. Absolutely.
Okay.
Go ahead to speak to council, up to 5 minutes.
So I'm speaking in favor of the motion, and I'm just not sure, unless I'm misunderstanding, that the City of Vancouver has been asked to write a letter in support of to endorse DULF's Section 56 application from the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. And they have an accompanying proposal for funding from the federal government, so which may well be successful. It puts them in a category of being a pilot, not, I don't know if you know what pilot programs are. They're small, like Naomi and Salome and Crosstown. These are teensy programs. So 27, I've been in the downtown east side for 27 years and working on the health issues of people who use drugs, and now across British Columbia, working in Nanaimo and Chilliwack and Surrey, and of course I've done a lot of work in Abbotsford as well. So I'm not sure that council is not being asked to stop deaths. They're being asked to write a letter. So I just get this sort of dramatic kind of sense that people are horrified that they're going to be supporting the dark web. And I don't know why it's now dominating the discussion, but I guess it's what people really are very concerned about. So we know that many millions of dollars are spent on illegal drugs in the illegal drug market of Vancouver every day. A few years back, my friend did an estimate, and more money is spent on drugs in a day in Canada by just, any population, say Vancouver, than is spent on food. And that's, you got to get a perspective on this. And I think Eris was trying to make that clear. Eris Nick's the first speaker, saying there's $72 billion and, illegal money or washed money, or, you know what I mean? There's tremendous amounts of money involved in the drug market that is poisoned and is killing people and has all kinds of other consequences that people are raising, sex trafficking, it's been implicated in the real estate market here as well, and many, many other things. So I think we need to be careful not to squash poor DULF. Unpaid volunteers who have nothing but courage at this point because they don't have any money. We know that many women are murdered or are missing from Vancouver, one of them being my sister-in-law from 1992. She was last seen in October of 92, never found, no justice, no understanding, no information from the police or anybody for many, many, many years. And finally, we got the last records of where she was found, where she was contacting welfare from the North Shore. So the implication somehow that things are really tight and the Vancouver police are really good and we're really on top of it here, but it's that dark web that's trafficking women. I think we need to really be clear that Vancouver is not a safe place for vulnerable women at all, and still isn't, even though we've done a number of inquiries and changes have supposedly been made. So I'm not sure that the organized crime part needs to be put into a perspective, and I'm not sure if you've ever had a presentation about organized crime in Vancouver and how it works, and that it, worrying about the dark web, I think, would dwarf this very local, very real numbers of murders, recruitment into gangs, the school system's complicity in allowing police into the schools that start criminalizing children as young as 13 years old by arresting them or kicking them out of school and they're not allowed on school property. It is a scandalous mess, and I'm not sure where to take it. I'm aware of it. I'm 18. Anyway, so the volunteers at DELF, I wanted to really emphasize this. They risk a criminal record, losing their liberty, and perhaps losing their future careers. There's, if as young people who may want to go into law or medicine, there's many careers that you can't get if you've had a criminal record. And I think they need to be really respected and understood in that context. They may lose their ability to travel across borders in the future if they're arrested. And that's what they're asking for is, I don't know if you view them in this way. They're young people. I'm ancient. I would just admire their courage so much. And the other thing I wanted to say that I've taken these risks of arrest for many years, starting in 1995. By running approximately 6, I've lost count, maybe more, safe injection sites. And I was constantly kind of harangued. I never did go and ask for an exemption or anything. We just felt that if we were arrested, we would deal with that in court. And I wasn't trying to become a lawyer or a doctor. So, but I have little children at home. Yes?
Anne, yes, I'm sorry. You have run out of time.
Good.
But Councillor DeGenova does have questions for you, if you don't mind staying on the line to answer questions.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Councillor
Thanks so much. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes.
Councillor.
Can the speaker hear me? You cut out there for a moment,
Yes.
Chair. Okay, great. Thank you. Just wanted to ask you, you had mentioned about the dark web and you didn't think we should focus on that, but to some of the points made by one of my colleagues in a question to another speaker, we have received information on this in past and recently with comments from the Vancouver Police Department that give examples of how young vulnerable women have been used for as basically drug mules to not only maybe go halfway across the world to collect these drugs that are then sold on the dark web. I'm just wondering, like, ethically, do you think that we should just not ask where this comes from, or should we be pushing for a regulated, safe supply that Health Canada deems safe? So it's not just safer, it's safe. I'm just I'm trying to weigh that, considering this entire council has said we want to support and we've begged Health Canada and the federal government to regulate and allow safe supply. But how do you think it puts us backwards to harm other people in that, in what we could be doing?
I think
if we were to endorse the dark
that
web?
you're not understanding the current harm. We could go down, you and I, and we could walk around, and I can show you women that don't have the computers to go on the web and the dark web and get exploited and trafficked and sent around the world as mules. They're being hurt right in our neighborhood, right under our windows as we live in the downtown east side. And it's absolutely alarming, and we're not getting the VPD to act on it. The women are extremely vulnerable. So I don't know why we're comparing apples to oranges on this. This is just a morass of hell, of the worst kind of behavior you can imagine, with drugs and drug debts and that kind of thing. And what Buyers Club will do is introduce a kind of morally correct, well thought out program that can switch from wherever they're getting it on the dark web to some farmer that wants to grow, or some chemist who wants to take poppies grown in British Columbia and illegally turn them into heroin. They're doing it with fentanyl right now. I think there's a point being missed here, and if it's that more middle class children are lured into the dark web because they actually have computers, then the kind of vulnerable children that I'm seeing really, really hurt by our local drug supply. I think that the DOLF initiative is well worth supporting and will start a whole different culture within drug users who are pretty marginalized.
That's my time,
Great.
but thank you very much for answering my questions and for your time today. Thanks.
Yep. Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Thanks, and thanks so much, Anne. I really appreciate all that you do and you coming to speak to council. Thank you. Is Speaker 42, Ryan Hong, on the line?
Chair Carr, this is the clerk, and just double checking, but we do not have speaker number 42.
Great. Okay. Speaker 43, Zoe Luba.
And also no for speaker 43.
Great. Speaker 44, Maxime Winther.
I'm here.
Great. We can hear you clearly. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry, I'm literally working right now. 2 seconds. I'm not going to miss my turn. Hang on. Okay. Okay, I'm not an expert. I live in East Vancouver, however, so I've known directly most of the people who have died, and I've often felt really powerless about that situation. Like, what am I going to do anytime someone, wants to do something akin to drinking or smoking or drinking coffee or taking an antidepressant? They're doing something similar but slightly different. They are putting their lives at risk, and there's nothing as one person it feels like I can do about. I do want to commend all the work of the volunteers and staff in the area that are working on this issue, and the Dolph for bringing this motion forward in Swanson. But yeah, I wanted to call in to say that this is an opportunity for me to support the motion and support something that I think could save lives and could have saved some of my friends' lives. I was thinking about this whole sourcing issue, and I came up with an analogy that was akin that this is similar to switching into an electric vehicle or electric fleet. And even though a lot of the electrical grid is still running on some fossil fuels, it's still a transition towards like greener alternatives than internal combustion engines. So having clean, safe drugs that aren't going to kill people is like the electric vehicle. And then the sourcing of that is something that can be worked on over time. So the program will only get better and better and better over time. And even on day one of this program, it'll save lives. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Great. That was very clear. There are no questions for you, but you certainly expressed yourself extremely clearly. So thank you so much for speaking to council. Now we're turning to Speaker 45. I'm just making sure. There, 45. Samara Mayer. Samara
Hello?
Mayer on the line.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Go ahead up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Okay, thanks. Hi, good afternoon. Thanks very much, Mayor and Council, for hearing this motion and speakers over the last days. I'm Samara. I'm the chair of the Vancouver chapter of the Canadian Students for Sensible Drug Policy. We're part of a national organization of youth and students who are concerned about the negative impact our drug policies have on individuals and communities, and we advocate for evidence-based responses to reduce and prevent harms associated with drug use and drug criminalization. So we're therefore very supportive of the proposal for an exemption to operate a community-led compassion club that will save lives. It's clear that the drug toxicity deaths in Canada are being driven by the illicit and unregulated drug supply, and this initiative will provide people with access to a safer supply. As a representative from CSSDP, we're focused on youth and students. I'd like to take a moment to focus on the perspectives of younger people under the age of 30. So since a public health emergency was first declared in 2016, over 1,500 young adults under the age of 30 have died from overdose in BC, and across Canada, young people account for 1 in 5 fatal overdoses. Moreover, young people continue to face long-standing harms related to substance use and its criminalization, including the separation of youth from family due to drug decriminalization within the child welfare system, restricted economic opportunities due to criminal records, and coercive treatment measures. These harms continue to be the greatest for over-policed groups such as Indigenous, racialized, gender diverse, and queer youth and youth in care. Our city's overdose emergency response must engage with younger people and consider innovative strategies to save the lives of young people who use drugs. Young people also need access to a safe supply program that works for them. There's many barriers, which we've heard about through the last speakers and through the presentation, to the current models of safer supply and drug treatment programs, specifically for youth. There's many gaps in services and supports for this population, and they haven't been meaningfully addressed. For instance, there's still no youth-specific overdose prevention sites, and current treatment models really overemphasize abstinence and coercive or forced treatment measures. We're quite in support of this proposed Compassion Club model because it has a strong potential to reduce much of the harms associated with drug use for young people over the age of 18. Members from CFSDP have worked closely with VANDU and some members from DOLF to advance drug policy and programming efforts that specifically impact youth. And while they're not youth-specific organizations, we know that DOLF is a leader in understanding and meeting the needs of young people who use drugs. From the outset, the needs of younger people have been represented through every stage of this initiative, from inception to day-to-day operations, and the integration of younger people with lived experience in project implementation and design is unfortunately really rare in the landscape and services and programs for this population. This application, therefore, also represents one of the first initiatives to have the needs of younger people represented in an intervention which has led and will continue to lead in reducing risks of associated with drug use and overdose. So beyond one, there's an urgent apparent need for this innovative intervention. Two, there's unique capabilities of DOLF in implementing this initiative. And three, they have strong community support. There's also a substantial body of evidence-based research supporting the need for both safe supply initiatives and initiatives led by people who use drugs. Just to end on that, in just another capacity, I'm also a research coordinator and PhD student at the BC Centre on Substance Use, and I've worked on qualitative and ethnographic research since 2017. I've evaluated overdose prevention sites, injectable opioid agonist treatment, and tablet hydromorphone safer supply initiatives. And I've interviewed hundreds of people about their experience in the overdose crisis, where they've shared their struggles with an ever-shifting and dangerous toxic drug supply in the context of harmful criminal drug policy. And a really consistent through line of this peer-reviewed published research is that models developed by people with lived experience work.
Please advise whether the speaker's still on the line.
This is the clerk, Chair Carr. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, there appears to be some IT issue. How? There appears to be some IT issue. I'm not seeing any of the councillors on WebEx, so if you could just give us a moment, please. And I'm no longer hearing the speaker.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Just for the record, I can see all of the other council members on WebEx.
Yeah, I can see.
Okay.
Yes, I can see WebEx, but I can't see Chambers. Can any of you see Chambers? Can council?
I can't. I can only see you because I did see Chambers when Tina was speaking. And yes, now I see Chambers because I'm speaking. Yeah, on my orange cone.
Chair Carr, this is the clerk.
Yes.
It seems to be an internet problem. We've also lost our live feed, I think.
Okay.
We can see the Chambers.
Yeah, I can see you again. We had lost your visual, but it came back. But it appears
feeds down on the.
I can't see visual. I can see the WebEx. I can see everyone on WebEx. I cannot see Chambers.
Okay. Chair Carr, I think what we're going to do is put a short break up on the screen to indicate we're having technical difficulties.
That makes sense. How long of a break would you like?
Let's make it 10 and see where we go from there.
Great. Okay, thanks.
And will that be posted on Twitter? Sorry to sound like a broken
Yes,
record.
of course.
Just
We have
like...
somebody dedicated to Twitter, so.
Amazing. So they're posting all of this as we go. I don't need to ask.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Testing, testing. Tina H., could you please speak? Can you hear us?
Oh, hi, Tina Penny. Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
The Tinas, okay. Thank you.
And Tina, I did reconnect. I just went back and reconnected, so I can see Chambers again. I mean, I've got my my chair screen as well as Chambers.
Okay, I'll just do a check with a few of you, but it looks like we might have gotten things corrected. Councillor Hardwick, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, Councillor Boyle?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'll just check with Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay,
Can you
it
hear me?
seems to have corrected itself. Just give us a moment, Chair Carr, and we'll be able to go back online.
Okay.
Did we tell people we'd go back in 10 minutes though?
We did say 10 minutes, so.
I'll leave it up to the chair. I'd be concerned if we'd miss somebody.
Yeah, I think that it's been 5.
Okay, so we'll give it another 5. Is that what?
I think that that's good. Some people might. Yeah.
Exactly. Sure, the speakers. Okay.
I just can't imagine what it's like to wait 3 days for your turn to speak. Sorry, Adrian. and then you think you have 10 minutes. So sorry.
We have the rewards of technology, but there is the downside too. Right. Hey, Tina H., it's Tina P. here. Do we still have the speaker number 45 on the line? Are we able to reconnect with them?
Just
So back over to you, Chair Carr.
Great. Okay. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry for the technical glitches. Speaker 45, Samara Mayer, are you still on the line? Speaker 45, Samara Mayer. We can't hear you I don't know if you're muted or not, but clerk, if you could just check to see if that speaker is registered on the line.
Chair Carr, I'm still having technical difficulties. I'm just checking. Okay, it sounds, I'm hearing it is good now. If you want to try again.
Okay. Speaker 45, Samara Mayer, are you still on the line? So clerk, I'm a little worried that they're not hearing us. I'm wondering if you could just check into that.
Yes, we are doing that again. Sorry about this.
It's not your fault. You just have to solve the problem.
We're working on it.
Just so that everybody's aware, we are still waiting. I'm wondering, Tina, if you could possibly estimate the time it might take. If it's more than a few minutes, I suggest we put something up on the screen so that on the public screen, so that people are aware that we are in in a bit of a recess. I'd rather not have it just be blank at this point if it's going to take anything longer than a couple of minutes.
Yes, of course. Just going to check first to see if Tina H can hear me and if you can reply if we have the speaker.
Yes, Tina P, I can hear you.
And do we have the speaker?
Yes, we do have the speaker on the line, still that speaker 45.
Okay, thank you.
And she's unmuted.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll try again. Speaker 45, Samara Meyer. If you hear me, could you please respond and you can complete your statement to council. That doesn't bode well.
Chair
Do we have any
Carr,
other?
Chair Carr,
Yeah.
it's the clerk here. I'm being asked if we could try going to the next speaker to see if it's a speaker
Right.
issue.
Yes, that's great. So, do you have a record of? I could just go through the names. 46, Russ Maynard. Are you on the line?
No.
47, Morgan Davis.
No.
Speaker 48, Joanna H. Joanna G.
That speaker should be on the line.
Joanna G, are you there? Okay, this appears to be a problem.
Yes. Okay, if you want to give us another 5-minute break.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind posting that.
Yes, we will
Thank
do
you.
so. And we will tweet it as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We'll be back here at 4:30, Adrian?
Yes, 4:30 is 5 minutes from now.
I'll
Thanks.
just grab a drink of water. Thanks.
Great.
Tina H, can you hear me in the chamber? Just checking, are you speaking on Talus or on the WebEx?
Oh, hi there, David. I am speaking on the WebEx right
Okay,
now.
because we need to hear you on the Talus line. So are you able to maybe just do a call into Talus line to see if you can hear the chamber currently? You know what?
Give me a moment. I'll mute on the WebEx line.
Chair Carr, it's the clerk.
Yes.
We're still having issues. It appears to be our bridging through the TELUS line with the speakers.
Right.
So we are continuing to work on it, but we cannot access the speakers at the moment.
So I'm not sure if it's possible to predict. These technical issues always are difficult to predict. We are 25 minutes away from our dinner break. And so the decision should be made whether we are going to just assume it's going to take 25 minutes and start a break now, or if it's expected, it might, with some surety, it might be a shorter time. I'm happy to have everybody otherwise. Thank you so much, everyone, and for your patience, especially those speakers who have been on the line waiting to be contacted. We do have difficulties with our connection to you, so it appears that you can't hear us and we can't hear you. So there is an IT team that will be working on this because we can't estimate that it will be done in any short time. We've decided that we are going to, or it makes sense for us to break early for the dinner time, giving the technicians a little bit more time. Rather than breaking at 5, we will be breaking now and resuming at 6 o'clock. We will be resuming with speaker 45 to item 9. So that's Samara Meyer. She has 10 seconds left, but there may be questions for her. and then moving through the rest of our agenda. That will be posted on the public website, and speakers will also, to all the items remaining on our agenda, will receive a message about this so that they know that there has been a bit of a delay, but we will be proceeding at 6 o'clock till 10 o'clock tonight. So thanks everyone, and have a good dinner break.
Hello?
No, WebEx, yes. Oh, you know what? Let me grab first. Nope. Hi, Tina. Can you hear us on the Talus line?
Hello, David. This is Carlos. We can hear you.
Oh, awesome. Thanks, Carlos. So we
You're
should
welcome.
be back in action at 6 p.m.
Okay.
Yes, and we have sent out all the emails to the speakers, so they should join at 6 p.m. Perfect. So we just pick up where
Okay,
we left
that's
off
good.
at. Okay, thanks so much, Carlos.
Okay, great.
Good day. Bye-bye.
You're welcome.
Hi, Tina H. Can you hear us? You might be muted on your phone if you're calling from your personal cell. Can you just check that?
Can you hear me, Dave?
Yep. Now we can hear you. Thanks, Tina. So Tina, were you speaking on WebEx previously?
I did. Yeah, but that was before
Okay.
the recess. Okay.
Okay.
This is the TELUS line.
Yes. So you calling in the TELUS through your phone, right? So if you're speaking from your phone.
I'm calling through my laptop.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. No worries. Thanks.
All right.
Yep.
I'm gonna mute now.
Great. Thanks.
Perfect.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, everyone. Following along at home virtually, we are now reconvening the proceedings of the special council meeting on item 9, the item being Saving Lives with the Community-Led Compassion Club Model for Safer Tested Drugs. Just recapping for everybody, we were in the midst of speakers prior to experiencing some technical issues, which we believe have now been resolved. And so we will resume hearing from speakers and commencing with Speaker 45, who unfortunately didn't quite get to finish, Samara Meyer. Do we have Samara on the line?
Deputy Mayor, we just are seeing that speaker number 5 was disconnected, but just a moment. I'm just getting a message coming through.
Okay.
Okay, speaker 45 should be on the line now.
Okay, Samara, are you on the line? Samara Meyer? Just want to give one more call, just because we did have technical difficulties before.
It's the clerk again. I guess there was another disconnection. If you like, we could perhaps proceed to the next speaker and come back to
Sure.
45.
Let's do that, because I understand that Speaker 45 had used most of their time. So let's proceed. We'll move on to Speaker 46, which is Russ Maynard. Russ, are you on the line?
No.
Okay. Speaker 47, Morgan Davis.
And again, no.
Speaker number 48, Joanna G.
Yes, 48 is on the line.
Joanna, can you hear me?
Hi there.
Great.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thanks for joining. You have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Thanks. So my name's Joanna. I'm speaking from the unceded territories of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam Nations. I want to thank council for hearing from the public on this motion, as well as those who shared their experiences, both personal and from their work around this issue. I'm here to voice my strong support for Councillor Swanson's motion around saving lives with the Community-Led Compassion Club, and for DOLF's Section 56 exemption. There's so many leaders, agencies, and organizations calling for a safe supply of drugs in order to stop so many people from dying, whether they're doctors, nurses, other healthcare workers, or academics, economists. I know I'm missing a lot of occupations, but it's just what I can think of right now. Or advocacy groups or health authorities, including Vancouver Coastal, who has, to Councillor DeGenova's earlier question, written a letter of support for DOLF methods. All these people, all these groups are arguing for a safe supply to stop the deaths of so many people. Most importantly, though, drug users themselves are asking for a safe supply because they're the ones dying. They're the ones watching their friends and family die, and they want it to stop. They're begging for it to stop. They're asking anyone and everyone to listen, to help them, and to make the deaths stop. And these deaths are happening every day in every community, 6 people per day, because there's no regulated supply of drugs for the people who use them. So in 5 days, that's one classroom full of people. And you might think it's morbid to compare it to a classroom, but some of the people that are dying are kids. And currently, in this province, toxic drugs are the leading cause of death for people from 19 to 39. You might not consider them kids, but these are still people who have most of their lives ahead of them. And right now, the primary reason that they're not getting to live out those lives is because there's no safely regulated supply of drugs. More broadly, regardless of age group, since the start of the so-called public health emergency, I say it's so-called because it's not treated as such. There's no urgency to address it. So since the start of it, over 5 years ago, close to 8,000 people have died. 8,000. If that's just a number to you, then think of the last time you went to a hockey game or an event at Rogers Place. Imagine it's a sold-out game, packed to the rafters, and now imagine the entire lower bowl, all the seats below the concession level.
Think of all those full seats now empty. That's approximately 9,000 people, so there would be a few people left here and there sitting in single seats by themselves because their friends have died, but that's the image. Think of it full and then think of it empty. That is the cost of inaction over the last 5 years. So when a group like DULF has a plan to address this, to stop the death, I don't see how anyone could be opposed. The Drug User Liberation Front has a plan and one that they can implement now, but the risk of criminalization is likely keeping them back. I don't want to speak for them, but I'm assuming that if they're asking for this exemption, it indicates that they want it and that it'll help their efforts. I just want to address one thing. I keep hearing about this dark web issue. I don't know, the way I see it, the motion presents two options, each with different likelihoods of success. The first is to reduce harm, which this motion is 99% likely to do. The second is to eliminate harm completely and entirely from the entire supply chain, which is noble. That's what we all want, but it has a likelihood of success. Striving for it right out of the gate, it's probably going to succeed maybe 2% likely in the next 1 to 5 years. If your goal is to reduce harm as much as possible, this motion gives you an immediate way to do that, which you can follow up with, which I hope that you follow up with to eliminate it entirely. But like, you're trying to win a gold medal in the 100-meter dash without knowing how to crawl yet. So I don't know how much time I have left. Supporting this motion is the right thing to do. Stop letting people die. Stop waiting for others to take care of the problem. Stop wringing your hands and saying, I wish there was something I could do, because DULF is offering a solution. It's not going to fix the problem immediately, but it will help. And the results of that will be fewer people dying. I think that's all I had to say.
That was perfectly timed and very clear. Thank you, Sarah. You don't have any questions from council, but thank you for taking time to speak.
Thanks.
Thank you. Now we're moving to speaker number 50, Lee Gangbar.
Hello. Hi.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Oh, okay.
Nope.
Yeah.
Hello?
Go ahead, Lee. We can hear you loud and clear. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Lee Gangbar, and I want to start by acknowledging that we're on the unceded and traditional territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. And I want to thank them for caring for the land and water that we live, work, and play on as uninvited settlers. This acknowledgement is a reminder of the discriminatory, racist, and colonial practices that have had a lasting traumatic legacy and continue to create barriers for Indigenous people in the conventional health and social service systems. I've worked in the downtown east side as a registered nurse on various outreach teams since the overdose crisis was declared a public health emergency in 2016, when 200 people had died. I remember 2016 well. 200 people seemed incomprehensible. As the years have gone on, that number has continued to skyrocket, and just last year we lost over 1,700 people. Since the declaration of the public health emergency, over 7,000 British Columbians have been lost. And I'm having a really hard time wrapping my head around how we're 5 years into a public health emergency, well, almost 6 years in, that has killed over 7,000 British Columbians at a rate of 6 people per day, and the obvious and blatant solution to this problem has been ignored. No one has to die. Overdose deaths are preventable, but instead people who matter, who have friends and family who love them, who contribute so much to their community are dying. For so many people, their substance use is actually such a beautiful strength because it's allowed them to survive the unsurvivable, all while stuck in a colonial and paternalistic system that's grossly unable to meet their needs. You would think that with a number of deaths this large, surely we'd be able to prevent the deaths if we knew how. If 7,000 people had died of a new kind of cancer or an infection that predominantly affected the upper class, we'd be racing the clock to find and implement a life-saving measure. The saddest and hardest part of working through the overdose crisis is that we have the evidence and we know how to prevent these deaths. We need a safe supply of drugs and we need it now. Prohibition and enforcement are what drives stigma, judgment, and ultimately death. We've been through legalization and regulation before with alcohol and marijuana, and we know that it works. We've lost far too many people to a toxic alcohol supply during the times of prohibition, yet our government is choosing not to learn from those mistakes, and history is repeating itself. Street drug supplies are toxic and getting worse, and it simply doesn't have to be this way. A compassion club model is a perfect solution to avoid over-medicalizing a problem that's so deeply rooted in trauma and social issues. There are many systemic issues that prohibit people from getting the support they need and from accessing treatment beds, but ultimately people can't recover if they're not alive. A Compassion Club model will save lives. Please support the City of Vancouver to become a leader in this area. Our current mental health system is like putting a tiny Band-Aid on a gaping and hemorrhaging wound. The system pumps people full of medication until they're no longer a danger to themselves or others, and then discharges them back to the exact same circumstance that brought them in the hospital in the first place. We can't expect people to make any changes until their basic needs are met and social determinants of health are seriously and meaningfully addressed. But if people knew where their drugs were coming from and could access them in a safe and timely manner, it would allow them the time and energy to work on other goals and help to break the cycle. And most importantly, it would keep them alive to do so. Being a nurse through the COVID-19 pandemic has been absolutely ruthless and exhausting, but the implications of COVID-19 on the overdose crisis has been by far the hardest part. I can't keep coming into work to hear that people I care deeply about are dead. We need a safe supply with the same urgency that we needed COVID-19 vaccines. We can do so much better than we're doing right now. Councillor Swanson, thank you so much for your hard work and dedication. And to the incredible individuals at Dolph and Bandu, your work is truly inspirational. You're risking so much to protect your community, and it's working. Councillors, Mr. Mayor, I assure you, if you haven't been personally affected by the overdose crisis yet, you will be soon. Don't look back in hindsight after losing a loved one and wish you had approved this motion. Approve it knowing those right there with direct experience on the front lines know with confidence and certainty that this will save an incredible number of lives. No one is immune to this problem. Dolph, you 100% have my respect, support, and solidarity. Councillors, Mr. Mayor, you can make history and you can save thousands of lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lee. You don't have any questions, but thank you for speaking.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And my apologies, everyone. I skipped over 49. Speaker 49 is Sarah Guzman.
Hello.
Hi, Sarah. You have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, council, and thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. My name is Sarah Guzman, and I'm a member of the Chief Science Advisors Youth Council for the Government of Canada. I was drug checking. As a scientist, I didn't get a lot of exposure or education on harm reduction. When I graduated, I learned about public health and harm reduction by working in the front line of the overdose crisis. As someone who works and volunteers for the government, I've learned that actual change comes from the outside. It happens when the public speaks and they take action. I support this motion because we've had the evidence to support safe support.
We are getting a little
As
bit
a drug checking technician.
We are just getting a little bit of
Hello?
interference with your line. You may be a cell reception, so we can hear you now.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
As a drug checking technician, I've been extremely concerned in the development of the Vancouver's drug market. These developments are the introduction of carfentanil and benzodiazepines in the market when the current drug checking technologies aren't good enough to detect them. I've had to tell people there's benzodiazepines in their down, fentanyl in their oxycodones, and I've seen them scared for their lives. Further, drug checking services are overwhelmed and cannot serve people in time. There have been several instances when I have to run to tell people their drugs were too strong only to find them overdosed before I could tell them. I can tell you one thing for certain. It is that drug checking cannot serve the current demand even if drastically scaled up. Compassion clubs like Dolph, when partnered with drug checking, act to exponentially increase the impact and effectiveness of drug checking services. Dolph Compassion clubs are essential to stopping this relentless and unneeded death. I appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I think your message was really clear. You don't have any questions, but we really appreciate you taking time. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go back to 45, who is the speaker that for everybody that we left off with when we had technical difficulties, just because that's Samara, and you had a few seconds left, so I just wanted to give you a minute to finish your thoughts. I apologize for the technical difficulties earlier. Samara, are you there?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I had to step out. Yeah, I just wanted to, the last point I was touching on is that it was emphasis around that current medicalized safer supply options don't work for everyone. This presents a new opportunity and to save lives through an innovative model that's run by people who have the expertise and knowledge to implement it correctly. And, yeah, that's all I wanted to end with.
Okay, thank you so much for calling back in, and thank you for your patience. We appreciate it. Okay.
All good.
Thank you. Okay, speaker 52, Gus Fowler. Not hearing Gus Fowler.
Hello?
Oh, there you are. Gus?
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the privilege of being able to address council. Thank you to Councillor Swanson for introducing this motion, and thank you to all of the other wonderful speakers who have come before me. I'm also here to speak in support of this motion. Really, I think it's council's privilege to be able to support this motion. Heroin and other drug compassion clubs have been something that drug users have been asking for since at least the 1990s. I think Anne Livingston spoke to that earlier. And now we have a group of concerned and passionate individuals taking, this into their own hands with Dolph at no small risk to their own personal safety and at no small expense. And so I think that really, council is lucky to be able to sort of rubber stamp this and lend approval in going forward to Health Canada, as you already have unanimously voted in favor of decriminalizing all substances within Vancouver, which really I think is the more important step in your, obviously very concerned about the cost of, human life in how the drugs are going to end up in Vancouver. And I think it's a very noble concern, but the way to prevent the loss of life from human trafficking, from drug mules, from those kinds of things, is by decriminalizing drugs. It is only by taking drugs out of the shadows and into the common that we can reduce all of these terrible harms that council is, so nobly concerned about. Nobody wants to buy drugs from the Hells Angels or from the Taliban or anything like that. We would much rather purchase from people that we know are safe, but unfortunately that option is simply not available right now. And I'd also like to remind council that there are many other conflict items that are perfectly legal and available, right? Coffee is a conflict item, chocolate's a conflict item, diamonds are a conflict item. There are so many ways that the personal consumption choices of people day to day have rippling effects across the globe. I really would please ask council not to, or to at least think of that rationally and not prevent the wonderful opportunity we have to save lives here in Vancouver. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Great. Thank you so much for your comments. You don't have speakers from councillors, but thank you for taking the time.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night. Speaker 53, Andrea Cowden.
Hi, that's me.
Oh, perfect. If you're ready, go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Okay, thank you very much. And thanks, council, for taking the time to hear from me and so many of the others over the course of this very long meeting. And thanks to all the speakers who've spoken so passionately and eloquently before me. So my name's Andrea, and I'm a resident of Strathcona, and I'm calling in support of the motion to endorse Dolph and Vandu's Section 56 exemption request to allow them to operate a safe supply fulfillment center. It's been said many times already, but it bears repeating that the current measures in place to end or even curb the ongoing overdose crisis are insufficient. We know that this will continue to be the case until stigmatization of illicit drug users ends, and we have a safe, legal, and accessible supply of drugs. Given that this crisis persists, we in Vancouver are so fortunate to have such clear, strong, and incredibly courageous leadership from drug user-led organizations like Dolph and Vandu. Their organizing has already saved so many lives. If and when drugs become safe and legal, we will have their tireless work and advocacy largely to thank. So in the meantime, we as a city must support this Compassion Club initiative. I trust the experts at Dolph and Vandu when they say that the procurement over the dark web is the best way currently available to get safe drugs to the drug users that they serve. Surely whatever harms associated with that procurement method would be no worse than the harms of the illicit drug distribution system as it stands. The difference we need to focus on is that
the proposed Compassion Club model can and will prevent overdose deaths and improve the lives of drug users in our city. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Great. Thank you, Andrea. Thanks for sharing your thoughts with Council.
Good night.
Good night. Speaker 54, Sarah Levine.
Deputy Mayor, I understand that Speaker 54 is not on the line.
Okay. Thank you, Clerk. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, so everybody knows, is we have gone through the speakers list, but we're now going to go and recall and run through the speakers that we did not have on the line. So I'm going back on the list now, and we're going to commence so that Council can follow along with Speaker 4, who is Caitlin Shane.
Deputy Mayor, I understand Speaker number 4 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to Speaker 8, Megan Spears.
Hi, yes, I'm on the line.
Hi, I don't know if that's Megan or Megan.
Megan, yes.
Megan, great. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
All right. Hello, City Council. I am here today to speak in support of the community-led Compassion Club that my friends at DOLF have been working so hard on. Up till last year, I spent close to a decade working in harm reduction in the downtown east side and worked through the time period when the street drug supply started becoming really contaminated. Prior to 2015, overdoses were a relatively rare event, and I personally never once had to administer naloxone in my first few years of working in the neighborhood, despite the fact that I was working in places that catered almost exclusively to people who use drugs. The few overdoses I did intervene on were quite mild in nature. Sometime around 2015, that changed drastically. The number of overdoses we saw increased exponentially, and the severity of them was something that no one had ever really seen before. Every overdose suddenly required major medical interventions in order to be reversed. The death toll that we are experiencing as drug users and harm reduction workers is beyond what most people can fathom. Imagine coming into work and every single week you find out that 2 or 3 or more of your colleagues or clients have suddenly died. Imagine that every shift you work, you watch people you know and care about repeatedly reaching the brink of death, all while knowing that there's a simple solution to all of it, that being safe supply, but not seeing any movement from those in power. Witnessing so much death and near death in my workplace has been extremely traumatic to the point where I can no longer work, and I'm not alone in that. I'm telling you this because I don't think city council members or any other politicians have much of a clue of what the actual situation is like on the ground. If you did, there would be more action because it is a literal genocide. As far as existing medicalized safe supply programs go, they are without a doubt beneficial for those who are able to access them. They definitely reduce mortality from overdoses, and I do believe they should also be expanded. However, these programs have some major shortcomings. They require people to visit a clinic multiple times a day, wait in lineup, deal with bureaucracy, and so on in order to gain access. This causes many of the people who are the most likely to be killed by the contamination of the drug supply to fall through the cracks and forces people to rely on a sketchy and unpredictable street supply. Other people are distrustful of existing programs due to systemic medical discrimination against drug users. DOLF's model fills those gaps with their flexible and low-barrier approach, and the fact that clean drugs are being given by trusted fellow drug users makes it a more accessible option for those who don't feel comfortable or safe in a medicalized environment. Additionally, DOLF is the only group that I'm aware of giving away not only clean opioids, but also methamphetamines and cocaine. I've personally known multiple people who were not opioid users at all, but were killed by contaminated stimulants. So this is also a life-saving intervention that has not been addressed in a real way by existing programs. As DOLF's research shows, not a single person who has used the drugs DOLF has supplied has overdosed, so that evidence speaks for itself. Last night and today, listening in on other speakers, I've heard a lot of concern from certain council members about DOLF funding crime by their sourcing of drugs from the dark web. I would like to first point out that there is not another option. I would also like to say that it is offensive to me that you in your power would care about hypothetical criminality that can happen just as easily via the street supply chain more than stopping this tsunami of death that has been happening for so many years now. For shame. The lack of action that the government has taken on safe supply at any level is frankly disgusting. I'm not sure whether it's that you welcome the genocide of drug users or you're simply cowards who care more about John Q. voters' sense of so-called morals than the lives of thousands of people.
Point of order.
I was just about, thank you. I was just about to jump in on there, so I appreciate that, Councillor. Yeah, if I could just caution the speaker not to impugn the motives of councillors. I think that this is an opportunity for you to express your views, but if you could do it in a way that doesn't individually question the character and motives of councillors, we would appreciate that.
Okay, I'm almost done. Either way, real action should have been taken years ago, so it's time for people for you to catch up with what drug users have been saying this whole time, and either create a real safe supply chain or get out of the way of those who will. Please take tangible and immediate action against this genocide by supporting this community-led Compassion Club model today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time, and you don't have any questions. So, Council, I just want to alert you that the clerk has advised me that we don't have the other speakers on their line, but there were quite a few that were not present, and we did have the technical difficulties. So I think out of fairness, we're recommending we take a 5-minute recess. Everybody had been sent email reminders, but just to give people a final chance to get back on the line before we do the final roll through the recall list. So I'm going to recommend that we take a 5-minute break and come back at 6:36, just so that speakers have a chance given the difficulties we had today. Okay, so we will reconvene at 6:36 p.m. Thanks. Okay, Council and everybody, welcome back. I'm going to continue through reading through the list again. So now we've given everybody a chance to get back on the line. Next is speaker number 9, Marita M. Marita M. Okay.
Yes, we have speaker number 9.
Okay, Marita, can you hear us?
Deputy Mayor, it's the clerk here again. No, we do not have speaker 9. We have speaker 9 is not on the line. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Next is speaker number 11, Darylyn Tarnutzer.
No.
Okay. Speaker number 14, Ashley Said. Speaker 14, Ashley.
No.
Speaker number 15, Helen Thomas.
No.
Okay. Speaker number 19, Quinn Lawrence.
No.
Okay. Speaker number 20, Hillary Bison.
No.
Speaker number 21, Leila Mesgini.
No.
Speaker number 23, Jed Weiss.
No.
Speaker number 25, Beverly Ho.
No.
Speaker number 27, Mary Boyd.
No.
Speaker number 29, Colin McGrath.
No.
Speaker number 31, Ben Gurr.
No.
Speaker number 33, Julia Wong.
No.
Speaker 35, Serena Eagland.
No.
Okay, speaker number 39, Rianne Svelnis.
No.
Speaker 42, Ryan Hong.
No.
Speaker 43, Zoe Luba.
No.
Speaker 46, Russ Maynard.
Yes.
Great. Russ, are you on the line?
Hello?
Hi, Russ. Thanks for joining.
there.
You have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to call in for support. I won't go over all the strengths because you've heard so many. I've actually been quite impressed with a number of the speakers that went over all kinds of. In fact, I would venture to guess that council are now almost experts on this topic. We have used a term called evidence-based a lot, and I think if you use that same benchmark for a kind of a quality of insight, and we use that to adjudicate the past 5 or 6 years, then the data tells us that what we're doing isn't working on an evidence-based level. And so we need to do something else. And there is an inevitability about the regulation of things. So I'm sure you've heard many times that this is analogous to tobacco, alcohol, and most recently marijuana. So there's an inevitability. It's just a question of when will we get there and what is society ready for. I think Councillor Fry had talked a little bit about, is it the role of city council as civic government to take the lead? And Donald McPherson and others have pointed out that what has worked so well, and the best, in fact, in the past has been when city council did that. There's a rumor going around in the downtown east side that the VPD has come out strongly against this motion, but I would remind councillors who may or may not have been around in the early 2000s when Insight was a very strongly analogous topic to this one, very groundbreaking, very uncomfortable for society, very uncomfortable for EPD, and very uncomfortable for the civic government, that the police were against it. And I think that we would say resoundingly, Insight has been a success. And so I would ask that the council keep that in mind and adjudicate the weight of the VPD's opinion through the conservative and limited lens that may have on this issue. There have been questions and concerns about sourcing on the dark web. And I just would, again, encourage all of us to consider that if criminals or other people can source opiates or bring opiates to the market via the dark web, how is it conceivable that the resources of government, whether it be the provincial government or the federal government, couldn't do that, couldn't create a pharmaceutical quality opiate that would work for this proposal? And the proposal could be worked, if this is a make it or break it issue for council, then could we not have the option of making that a condition for the proposal to go forward? And so we would engage Fair Price Pharma to take the role of that concern that's come up over and over again in the last couple of nights. Another question had been around regional approach. Should Vancouver play a leadership role? I've touched on that. I think it always, or it often has, and it definitely should, because it's shouldering the majority of the weight of the number of deaths and the social problems that create so much of this carnage. And so we need here in the city of Vancouver a solution that works for the city of Vancouver. And I'll leave it at that, and I thank everybody for their time and hope that everyone can muster a deep consideration. This is hardly a typical request of council, and therefore full respect to the weight that's on your shoulders, and hope we can move forward in a way that really does not spin the wheels the way we have for the last 5, almost 6 years. Thanks, everybody.
Great. Thank you so much, Russ. You don't have any questions, but thank you so much for taking the time.
All right. Take care.
You too. Okay. Speaker 47, Morgan Davis. Speaker 47.
No, Speaker 47 is not on the line.
Okay. Okay, Council and everyone listening along, that does conclude the speakers list as well as the recall through the speakers. So we'll now close the list and move to debate and decision. So if councillors would like to put themselves on the queue. Actually, Council, I've just been advised that the mayor has returned, so this might be an advantageous time before we get into procedural rankings to do the switchover. And I think clerks are suggesting we take 5 minutes to do that. So we'll do that and reconvene at 6:52. Okay, thanks.
Hi, clerks.
Still in recess. Hello, Mayor. Minutes is up, and you can start up anytime you wish.
Great, thanks. And Council, so we've made it through speakers, and we're going to move now to discussion, and I'm just going to pull up my panel here, and if anybody would like to discuss this item, please. Clerks, for some reason my computer is not connecting. Sorry about that. It said it did and then it didn't.
Okay, we're just having
Great. Councillor Swanson, you're up for 5 minutes for debate decision on this item.
Yeah, I submitted an amendment. Maybe the clerk could bring it up.
Sure.
It's just an amendment to deal with some of the concerns that people had about the dark web. And I ran it by Dolphin and they are okay with it.
Yeah, the clerks are just bringing that up now, and
I'm So I'm basically hoping that if we have this amendment, that we could get really broad support from City Council for approving the whole motion.
Happy to second, Mayor Stewart.
Okay, thank Councillor Carvion. Thanks very much. So we're into an amendment queue. Councillor Swanson, did you have anything else that you wanted to say on this one?
Just that, I don't think it's necessary. I think these folks at Dolphin Van Do have a great reputation, and they're just so fed up with and so traumatized by so much death that they will do anything that they can to prevent it. But if this will get the support, if this amendment will get the support, broad support from the council, I think it'll be worth it. And I hope we can just move forward and support these guys so that they can save lives.
Okay, thanks so much. I think my panel is just up now. So we're on Amendment 1. Right, sorry, we're just getting the panel queued. So does anybody else want to speak to this amendment? I don't think oh, there we go. Councillor Bly.
Sorry.
Councillor Bly. Go ahead, Councillor Bly, and then Councillor Dejanova.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to support the amendment. I feel like this, and we've heard from a number of speakers that spoke to the urgency. I think that goes without saying, and would have supported without the amendment. But certainly, I think broader support is very important at this point. And rather than having any sort of divergent vote outcome, I think this is a good way for us to meet in the middle, recognizing that we have a crisis on our hands. And this organization has really done the heavy lifting and the work to seek solutions. And, at the very least we can do is support them and critically look at what are some of the parts that maybe folks are not so comfortable with and find some middle ground. But as long as it's not taking the wind out of the sails of this effort, then I'm happy to support.
Great, thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5.
Thanks so much. Councillor Swanson, I was just hoping to ask a point of information. So Mayor Stewart, could I ask a point of information through you to Councillor Swanson?
Sure can.
Okay. Councillor Swanson, I really appreciate this. It certainly, I think, works in the direction of the 4 pillars, which is to sort of take the power that organized crime has over vulnerable and marginalized people out of the equation. Here, I'm just wondering, in Dolph's very well laid out proposal, I understand that what they are asking for, though, is, and what they're currently doing, is purchasing this off the dark web. And they say that themselves, or the dark net. They say that themselves. So I'm just wondering, would you then be advocating for this and Dolph doing it this way? Because the further that clause that you have below it then advocates for Dolph's proposal, which doesn't advocate for what we're asking for here.
So I'm advocating for this motion as it's written.
Okay, so you'd be advocating for both ways, that we support Dolph through the way they're currently purchasing their product? Through the, I just want to make sure I understand.
Dolph has put in a proposal to the feds, 2 proposals, one for funding and one for exemption from Section 56. And I'm advocating with this motion, I'm hoping that we will support those 2 proposals. Okay. This isn't talking about supporting anything else.
Okay, and then just a point of information, which is more clarification to me. Mayor Stewart, we're just voting on the red text, correct? Just
That's
adding
correct.
that in? Thank you. Yep. Okay, that's
no
all
problem.
from me.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr, up to 5.
Yeah, thank you. Very much appreciate Councillor Swanson bringing this forward. I didn't need this to be brought forward to vote for this motion. I seconded it. But I appreciate the effort on this part to bring more people on board, hopefully, from council, and send a stronger message to government around this the need to see this move forward. I also appreciate the fact that Councillor Swanson did reach out to DELF and that DELF said that they would be okay with this. I mean, the really important thing is that they already have stated clearly their preference is to actually purchase pharmaceutical grade cocaine, heroin, etc., from properly licensed and regulated producers. That's very difficult right now, but that is their preference, and as soon as that is feasible, I'm sure that they will proceed with that. Meanwhile, the important thing is saving lives. Um, anyway, I'll support this. As I say, I would have supported it without the motion without it, but I will support this in the effort to see if we can't get a larger consensus on council.
Great. Thank you so much. There are no other speakers to this, so I can call a vote on this amendment. And again, we're just voting on adding the red part that's on the screen. Go ahead, clerks, anytime you're ready. Yeah, there we go. And that, if clerks want to pull up the vote on the screen, that is supported unanimously. Okay, so we're going back to the main queue. I have Councillor Dejanova next on the main queue.
No, I'm sorry. That was for the amendment.
No problem. I do have folks. I am on the wrong queue here, so I have. I'm going to put Councillor Swanson, then Councillor Boyle. Councillor Swanson, did you have anything else that you wanted to say?
No, I'm good with this. I think Councillor Boyle is on next.
Okay, I will put on Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, you have up to 5 minutes on the amended motion.
Thank you very much. And I also circulated an amendment, which is in line with the ask of the motion and what we've been hearing from speakers, asking the council direct staff to report back on possible strategies for creating multiple routes to safe supply within our own jurisdiction and powers within the Vancouver Charter. I know Vancouver on its own has led on this front in a number of important ways, and we've heard a lot of that. It's been a mix of advocacy and changes at the federal level and local leadership. And so this ask is just adding to this motion, adding to the advocacy calls from this motion, that we continue to be courageous and continue to explore all routes and options within our own jurisdiction on this front to address the poisoning crisis that's killing far too many people.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. Do we have a seconder for this?
Second, Swanson.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. So we're on the amendment queue now. I have Councillor Dejanova up for 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Hopefully I won't need that long, but I did send in an amendment to Councillor Boyle's amendment. There were some amendments flying around. I wasn't sure if this would be put, and it just simply expands some of the organizations that would be involved in this. There are organizations that were already involved in the Section 56 exemption request, is my understanding. There was a joint submission with the City of Vancouver on that. And it just asks that we of course, keep this in line with the good work of Donald McPherson and former Mayor Philip Owen and the Four Pillars approach.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have an amendment or a seconder for this amendment to the amendment?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Okay, we're in amendment Q2. If anybody would like to speak to this amendment to the amendment, please put yourself on the list. Councillor Boyle, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks. I'll be brief just to say, well, I appreciate the intention. It is clear to me that this would already happen. Our staff work with community and partners to develop strategies. I don't think we need to state in every decision that it be in line with every other previous decision. So again, I think it's fine but unnecessary, and I won't be supporting it for that reason.
Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I won't be supporting it either. I think the staff does work with as many people as possible, and there's lots of good people to consult about this, and I don't think we need to be bringing in the police department. Vancouver Coastal Health has already supported the Vandu proposals. I don't think this is necessary.
Thank you. Anybody else on this item? I don't see anybody on the queue, so I will call this vote on the amendment to the amendment. Okay, that is defeated. If the clerks can pull this up with Councillor Kirby Young, Councillor Bly, Councillor Boyle, Weeb, Swanson, Fry, and Carr in opposition. Okie doke. We're back to the amendment queue. Councillor Dejanova, do you have anything else that you want to add?
Just that I'd like to sever the clauses.
Okay.
Final vote. Thank you.
Yes, you don't, in the final vote, if this is, so we're just voting on the proposed amendment by Councillor Boyle right now.
Oh, sorry. Yes, my apologies. It's been a long day.
Yeah,
a long few days. So yes. All right. Thank you.
Okay, great. Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I think this is a great amendment. I think it moves council from just talk and advocacy into action. And what's been lacking here is government action. Well, as all of our speakers said, as bodies are piling up, literally, governments are dithering. So if we could be at least one level of government that wouldn't dither, I think that would be fantastic. And maybe it can push the other governments to get their act in order too.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. Anybody else on this amendment? Okie doke. Let's call the vote on this guy. This one, sorry.
Oh, Mayor Stewart. I was on the queue, but that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. You must have been a late edition.
No. That's okay. It's all right.
Okay.
I'll save my comments.
Okay, great. The clerk's going to call the vote then, please. There we go. Thank you. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick? Oh, okay, great. Thanks. If clerks could pull that up, please, on the screen. That passes with Councillor Dejanova in opposition. We're Councillor Boyle. Anything else on this one?
Just to say that I am very happy to support the full motion and grateful for it coming forward. The speakers we've heard from were incredibly powerful, and of course we absolutely need to do everything that we can. And so I will support this, and I will add my voice however I can in the advocacy that we need to be doing to find solutions much faster on this crisis. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova?
I'll take myself off the queue for a moment. I just have to fix my microphone. Thank you.
Councillor Carr?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I just thank Councillor Swanson for bringing this forward. I was happy to second the motion. And, really, in reading the motion originally, I talked to a whole variety of people, and amongst them was my son. My son is a mental health nurse and has been on a front line street team in terms of serving the health needs of people on the street, not in Vancouver, but it was clear in our discussion that he said it's all about safe supply. Safe supply is really the ticket to saving lives. And so I'm, as I say, just happy to support this. It was pretty compelling to hear how many people, if you look at the average number dying every day, died cheering our discussion of this motion, which one of the speakers raised, and it's sobering. So thanks everyone for your work on this who's listening.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova? back on the list at just about a minute and a half.
Thanks very much. I'm happy to support parts of this motion. I certainly can support and appreciate the amended paragraph that Councillor Swanson added. I think that we do have to do all that we can, not just to talk about safe supply, but to actually move forward and advocate for it. But I think what we really need to do is look at that being safe supply, not just safer supply in the fact that it can actually cause harm for other groups of people. And just because we don't hear about those people or maybe see those people in numbers, they are a part of the harm that's created by the funding of organized crime. And I think that that's really important to consider. That being said, I have long advocated here at this council table over many terms for safe supply. It's not lost on me. I have friends who've died from overdose deaths. I have checked a family member into rehab, and I have watched people relapse. I understand that there is no quick solution. I would have liked to have seen in Vancouver a low barrier option, something more like we saw for a long time in countries like Switzerland, where Philip Owen did go himself to do his research, where they actually saw an end to Needle Park, where they had safe supply that was regulated, that was not only prescribed, but what was readily available and low barrier to people who needed it. And it wasn't something that people didn't want. It certainly did. As one of the speakers said, and I think it's important to note this, you can offer something, but if nobody wants that, they're not going to take it. And also, um, you know, with a federal government that has committed to not only looking at safe supply but to making it accessible, we need to make sure that there is a high quality product out there that certainly does knock knock the teeth out of organized crime. But until that happens, and until we find a low barrier way for people to access that, organized crime does profit, and it does hurt people. The stories that we've heard, the email we received also from VPD that talks about human trafficking, the harms that come from that. We received a presentation, it was actually on cannabis, from Vancouver Coastal Health themselves about the harms of organized crime and funding things through the black market instead of in a legal way. And we have to focus on those ways. That was about cannabis, and maybe we will get there with this. But my concern would be for public safety and the fact that we do have an organization that currently has said that they are buying their product through the dark net. And that concerns me because I also know people who have been the victims of human trafficking, of sex trafficking. And it's heartbreaking to hear those stories on the other side of it. So if we talk about climate change and climate action and what we have to do, and we talk about climate refugees, what about taking care of the other people who are harmed by the dollars spent with organized crime? That being said, I do support safe supply, and I just ask for a severing of those paragraphs. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll do that on the vote. Thanks very much, Councillor Weave. Up to 5 minutes.
I want to thank both people on the ground every day in our city and around the province that are dealing with this firsthand. Up to 6 people a day, friends, family, neighbors, teachers, kids are dying, and we need to be doing more. One of the speakers talked today about political leadership and how we need to move forward as quickly as possible to do as much as we can. I know we voted unanimously on a component of this that I did not need because I think I want to do everything possible to not slow this down and to provide the safest drugs as possible, to make sure we have organizations that are providing the medical services that are needed. This is a crisis. It's dangerous. It's tough. People working on the front lines, the heart goes out to you. I know how many people you've lost, how many people every day, and you continue to show up to work and help people stay alive. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll be voting in support.
Thank you, Councillor Weave. Apologies for the background noise. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you to all of the individuals and residents who called in and spoke to this motion both today and yesterday. I want to acknowledge I really appreciated there was, and I can't recall his name, there was a gentleman I asked some questions of, and it was with respect to the motion and sort of framing of it, and that in engaging this compassion club, that there is a desire to be working with licensed regulated producers and suppliers, that's the preferred approach. And so I appreciated the clarity of sort of answer around that, and also hearing from Sarah Blythe today as well around some of the opportunities that are presenting themselves. And so a couple of comments I just want to speak to, because I think one of the, I guess, the emerging concerns for me as I was hearing a couple of the speakers is potentially the assumption that those of us who are serving on council are maybe not in touch or connected to these issues. And I guess for myself personally, I really wanted to reflect back that actually I think all people are touched by the opioid overdose crisis and addiction. Personally, I've watched my stepdaughter's sister lose her father. He took her out for dinner, and then he died of an overdose in his hotel room in Prince George. And now my husband acts as a surrogate father to her, sending her birthday presents and gifts and calling her. Um, and so it does touch all of us. And maybe it isn't on the downtown east side, but we are seeing this play out both in our downtown core on the streets, but also in people's private homes as well. As we know, many people are overdosing alone. And there is an absolute crisis around a tainted drug supply. So I wanted to reflect that, because um, I am very much moved by this issue, and but I still feel compelled to ask questions when motions come before us, particularly member motions where we don't have the benefit of getting a report and a whole bunch of additional research. And so I appreciate that there was an opportunity to sort of ask some questions over the course of this motion. I also want to acknowledge that this is a really complex issue, and that safe supply is a part of addressing the problem. I moved a safe supply motion at council 2 years ago, and I also called for a task force around mental health and addictions, because I don't think that we've been treating it the same way as, for example, how we treated the pandemic, with urgency and intentionality. And it seems to have gotten even more complex, particularly exacerbated by COVID as well. And I was really appreciative today. Councillor Weeb and I had an opportunity to go visit a treatment center in the city of Vancouver, which is another option. They're different issues, different. It's a spectrum, and so I just want to appreciate that this is part of a continuum of supports for people and interventions, and that this, from my perspective, is one part, a piece to the puzzle of trying to address what has been a incredibly and continues to be a really incredibly challenging issue for us as a society. So I appreciate that this has come forward for consideration at council, and I just wanted to voice some of those thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. We have Councillor Swanson next.
Yeah, I just want to thank all the folks at Dolph and Van Du, especially Eric Snicks and Jeremy Calicum, who have just worked so hard to save lives and to come up with this proposal so that they can save more lives. I think it's an incredible an incredible way to respond to the trauma that you're facing every day by trying to get political change that will eliminate that trauma. If everyone could respond that way, it would be fantastic. I also want to thank Karen Ward for suggesting the last part where we called for city action on this. And I want to thank all of the speakers. I think you were so eloquent. I've been tweeting that everyone should listen to all the speakers. Anybody that wants an education about drug use could start at the beginning of where our speakers started and just listen and learn so much. We have, not only the people who use drugs, but also the scientists who study drug use, the doctors who treat people who use drugs, the community groups who set up programs for people who use drugs. And they're all saying the same thing, which is that we need a safe supply that people can access. It's really quite disturbing that we can have so much unanimity, like not one speaker who opposed this, and still have no government action. And that's why people like, and groups like Dolph and Van Du have to start out doing what's necessary, even when it's not legal. And that's how a lot of good change happens. And I really respect them for it and thank them for it. And yeah, I hope this passes, and I hope we can move forward and really help with this Compassion Club model as a city.
Councillor Swanson, I have put myself on the list, and as
Just a point of privilege, Mayor Stewart. I'm
okay.
sorry. I was hoping, just because the motion's been amended, before we vote, could we have the final motion emailed to us if possible? Sorry to interrupt. Just wanted to see it.
Sure. If I could just ask the clerks to do that. If I could ask Councillor Kirby-Young to take the chair while I make a few remarks, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Okay. So thanks to Council for all their work on this item. Thanks, Councillor Swanson, for putting it forward, and the good amendment by Councillor Boyle. Thanks to all the speakers for coming out and once again sharing their stories. I don't think this is a tough group to convince that this is an important thing to do, but it is important nonetheless to share and to understand people's pain. Oh, sorry, that's my puppy. 1 second, please. My apologies. So this afternoon, why I wasn't able to hear the speakers is because I was chairing the LINK meeting, which is a quarterly meeting between Vancouver Coastal Health, the Providence Health, and the VPD, where we talk about this exact issue. I'm afraid to say that we're on track to have a record number of overdose deaths this year, despite everything that we're throwing at this problem. It's definitely not enough, and this is reflected in the pain of what we're hearing from both the people we know and the people that have been coming into council. So we do have to redouble our efforts. I will say that this application did come up in the meeting, and I know that Vancouver Coastal Health is very supportive. I do think that the amendment by Councillor Swanson may go some way to convince others. And I do know that it is going to take some convincing, because once again, Vancouver's on the forefront of innovation when it comes to work in this area. Monday, Thanksgiving, I'm flying to Ottawa, where I'll be meeting with the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Health Canada team, including hopefully the Minister. We'll see how the Cabinet's going at that point. I will put this on our agenda to talk about, along with our own application to decriminalize drugs. I was hoping to have our application approved before the election, but what I was told is basically if the election had been held off for a day, it would have been. So anyway, so that's what I'll be doing next week, and making sure that this is at the top of the priority for the incoming government, and have meetings with other mayors who will also be there from big cities that are also now going through all this same thing, and they're very much looking to Vancouver to help them because we have so much experience. So thanks to council for the work on this. Thanks to staff. We have a big job to do, not just in our own city, but nationally. So thanks again for all the work from Dolph and others that are supporting this, and I will as well, and I'll go fight for it. So thank you very much, everybody, and I'm happy to take the chair back.
Great.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I don't see anybody else in the queue. Yes, thank you. So I will we'll have to sever this, and just looking here. So I'm looking at the clauses on the screen. So Councillor Dejanova, you wanted, which portion would you want?
I'd want all 3 paragraphs. So I understand that one paragraph starts with "therefore be it resolved,"
Yep.
that, the other one's "further that," and the other one's "at and further that." That's
So
all I was going to read to make sure I was correct.
So 3 separate votes.
Yes, please.
Okay, so we'll start with the highlighted section first. The very first clause, therefore be it resolved, ending with do not benefit organized crime. And we'll call that vote now. Thanks, Council. That has passed unanimously. We'll go on to the second clause, which is, oh yeah, thank you, clerks, for pulling that up. Councillor Hardwick absent for personal reasons there. Second in yellow, further that the council has the merit to write to the federal government. We'll vote on that one. Councillor, there we go. That has passed. If clerks can pull up the screen, that has passed with Councillor Dejanova in opposition. And we can move to the third clause. Sorry, clerks, you got rapid fire here. Thanks for adjusting. Further, that Vancouver City Council ends with tools available in the Vancouver Charter. I'll call that vote too, please. And clerks can pull that screen up. That has passed with Councillor Dejanova in opposition. Okay, thanks very much, Council. That's it for this motion. And we're moving on. Oh yes, sorry. There is also a whereas clause that needs to be adjusted. Clerks, we're done now voting on the main motion. We can just go straight to the whereas amendment. That's the question.
Yes, the clerk carries. Yes, that's correct, Mayor Stewart.
Okay, great. And do we, was the, who's initiated the amendment to the whereases?
This came from Councillor Swanson, but it has not been moved or seconded yet.
Right, yeah, so Councillor Swanson, I'll put you on the list on the main queue, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I just wanted to eliminate this whereas in order to make it consistent with the motion that passed.
Second, Councillor Dejanova.
Okay, thanks very much. Great. I'll put us on amendment queue. Does anybody want to speak to this one? I don't see anybody on the queue, so I will call the vote on eliminating this clause. Clerks, there we go. Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle. There we go. Thanks very much. That has passed unanimously. So now we're just done this one. Thanks everybody for your work. And we're going to move to the next item. Okay. So next item this is supporting additional transportation options to reduce reliance on vehicle ownership. It says this to be moved by Councillor Hardwick, who I don't believe is here. I think Councillor.
I think it was Councillor Dominato's motion. Sorry, point of privilege or procedure.
Councillor Dominato, are you here to move this?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. And so it's my intention to move this and speak to the motion and then to move a postponement. So that's my intention. So if I could go ahead and do that.
Okay, you have up to 2 minutes, so let's start with that one, and I'll just put you on the queue here.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks.
Okay,
Mayor.
up to 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
So I'm bringing forward this motion in light of a number of conversations we've been having at council. It predates the conversation we've had recently this week around providing people with alternatives to owning a private vehicle. As we've talked about, obviously we need to focus on increasing public transit service throughout the city, but an alternative for people we already have right now Evo and Moto as options for people to use. And there's another option right now, which is peer-to-peer car sharing. And one example is Turo, which is has a platform where individuals who own a vehicle can put their vehicle on the platform, and then others who don't have a vehicle can basically lease that vehicle. So, for example, if you need to go away for the weekend or you need to run errands, and it is something that's supported by ICBC. So it covers the liability component of basically renting out your vehicle to someone else. And what this motion asks is to have staff look at our regulatory framework and to look at whether there's some opportunities there to align and adapt our regulatory framework in support of peer-to-peer car sharing. We do it already for Evo and Moto, but we don't have anything in place for the car share platforms like Turo. And so it simply asks that staff look at that and report back in the new year. I will say in my 2 minutes that I understand that this may touch on work of DBL staff, and we do have a moratorium. And so I am proposing to postpone it to the first meeting in January 25th. And I do have a motion prepared to that effect, and I can circulate that.
Happy to second that, Mayor. Motion to postpone.
There's questions first. So, Councillor DeSnova, do you have a question up to a minute?
First of all, do we have to second something that's going to be postponed?
This is the question period. So if you have a question
all right.
on it.
Oh, sorry. A question on the motion. Councillor Dominato, I do see that there are some speakers signed up to speak to this motion. Would you propose that we hear from the speakers and then postpone debate and decision to the meeting date that you referenced?
No, you know what? I believe that some of the speakers were informed through me that I would consider moving this to January. I appreciate that others may not be aware of that because there's some people there I don't know at all. But I certainly would hope they would sign up in January to speak to this motion.
Thanks. That's all from me.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Kirkland?
I'm happy to second it now because I understand it is a motion, so it would require seconding.
It does, and so it is seconded, and so we are in the point. We do have speakers, but because we're in a special council meeting, we would proceed directly to speakers. Just 1 second, I'm just going to check with the clerk here about what the proper procedure is, just because we're in a special meeting and it's a little different than a special council meeting. Just 1 second, please.
Mayor, perhaps when the clerks come back, we could also get confirmation that if it's on the agenda on January 25th, that speakers will be able to sign up at that time or in advance of that. Thank you.
Okay, council, it's just a little different here because we're in a special council meeting. So what I need is a motion to, so ordinarily what we would do is motion is moved, a motion is second. In a special council meeting, we would move directly to speakers. But in order to afford Councillor Dominato the floor, we'll have to just suspend the rules in order to do that. So can I have a motion to that effect, to suspend the rules to go directly to debate? And that would give you the floor, Councillor Dominato.
Okay, Mayor, can I just ask a clarifying question? Because my intention is not to go to debate, is to actually postpone any debate and discussion of the motion to January.
You know, but I don't have any way to give you the floor.
Oh.
That's the problem.
Okay.
Because it's in a special council meeting.
Is
so
there?
Moved. Yeah, so moved to yeah.
Okay, thanks. Seconder to suspend the rules?
Second, Councillor DiGenova.
Okay, thanks. All in favor, yay?
Yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay? Okay, so now see Councillor Kirby and Councillor DeGenova on the floor, but if you're if you want to cede the floor, then we can move this off to the 25th of January. Is that okay for Councillor Kirby and Councillor DeGenova?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, great.
I'm on the queue. I do have a point of information, a point of procedure, in fact, to the
Okay,
clerks.
point of procedure. Sure.
Is just to clarify, can speakers sign up in the January meeting? Because that was my understanding.
Yes, this will be now like a regular referral.
Okay.
So your motion will be to refer this motion to be heard at the January 25th meeting.
Okay, and speakers will be able to sign up. Okay,
That's
perfect, because I know a number of them wanted to speak.
Just double checking, clerks, that's correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Great, okay. Perfect. Do we have a seconder for this?
Second, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thanks very much. All in favor, yay?
Yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay? Great, thanks so much. That completes this item, which will now be heard on January 25th, and speakers are encouraged to sign up with the clerks to speak to this item then. Okay, thanks so much. We are on to item number 11, which is our last item on this agenda, which is public safety evaluating, addressing any impacts of City of Vancouver actions on neighborhood safety. And this is to be moved by Councillor DeGenova.
Yes.
Let's put you on the proper queue here. Let me just clear this. And Councillor DeGenova, whenever you're ready, up to 2 minutes.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Mayor Stewart. I have brought this motion forward after hearing from a number of businesses, hearing from residents and resident association groups and others that there are issues in their neighborhood that they would like to find a compassionate and balanced approach to, but at the same time, they don't feel that they're being heard because they can't take the time off work. They'd have to close down their shops and their small businesses to be up here with us at City Hall. I know that we all individually possibly have experienced our own public safety issues, and I understand that public safety is a job of the police, but I think that the city also has a role to play in that, and our job is to hear from the residents in the city of Vancouver and the small business owners, the people who make our city what it is. So I'm hoping that in looking at this and also balancing this with possibly a model of complex care, and in my motion, council, you'll see that I've also included Redfish and some information about the Redfish Healing Center and the types of models of complex care that we see coming forward that unfortunately we're not seeing in the wraparound services that we currently have for vulnerable and marginalized people who need that. And I do think that it's important that we give people, who are homeless a home, but I also think that they need to have a dignified living situation. And sometimes that means more than just a front desk clerk and some meals. Sometimes that means treatment services, mental health clinicians, and it goes on and on. cater teach model. So for that reason, I'm putting this forward. I've looked at some quick starts and solutions that will meet the needs of some of these businesses that can't get insurance right now, some of these residents who are scared for their safety, they're scared for their children, they're scared to walk down their streets, especially in particular neighborhoods where the media has reported incidents of violent crime. And for those reasons, this is what I'm moving forward at council, and I'm hoping that we can come together and collaborate. Again, this would be some quick start actions and report back from staff, but it would also be what I consider a compassionate approach and asking for what other municipalities in Metro Vancouver are asking for in wraparound services, which is considered complex care amongst ministries beyond BC Housing. And I know BC Housing currently is working with other ministries such as the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions, Vancouver Coastal Health, and others like Community Living BC, the Ministry of Health itself, and also MCFD. We have to also look at complex care models for kids who are aging out of foster care. So I'm hoping that what we can do is come together on this, and I'm happy to take questions. Thanks.
Councillor Weave, up to 1 minute.
Yeah, first question, you talked about small businesses and communities not being heard. However, in the motion, it talks about BIAs that already have a mechanism to be heard and don't represent a significant amount of the businesses and the community. Can you talk about why other elements of people or stakeholders aren't included in this conversation?
Well, as I've heard from some of my council colleagues before, sometimes what we need to do is look at quick starts and ways to engage people in a conversation, and that doesn't mean the conversation ends there. That's a very good question, Councillor Weeb, and you and I had a conversation about this earlier, and I'd welcome amendments if you'd like to expand the membership of associations that would be involved in this. And I wouldn't see this as the only opportunity, but a start to really hear from some of these businesses beyond the media what they're experiencing.
Okay, and second question, why do you think the Vancouver Police Department isn't sharing these updates?
We're actually just at
and do you think it's properly reported?
We're just at the 1 minute, Councillor Weeb.
You can
So
ask me as a point of information later if you want, Councillor
thank
Weeb.
you, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, seeing no other questions and knowing we have a lot of speakers, Mayor, I'm happy to second the motion.
Thanks so much. Right, so the motion is seconded. We're now going to move to speakers. And Council, if you just bear with me, I will pull up my speakers list. Okay, we have 23 speakers listed to speak, so I'm going to just start going through the list. And the first speaker, clerks can help me as we go through this, John Clarides. Clarides? Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. John Clarides?
It is the clerk here, Mayor Stewart, and speaker number 1 is not on the line.
Okay, thanks so much. And again, I'll go back through and call the names again of those speakers who were not here for when their name was called the first time. Second speaker is Nadia Ayed.
No.
Okay, thanks. Council speakers 3 and 4 have withdrawn. Speaker number 5 is Eddie Elmer.
No.
Okay. Speaker number 6 is Michael Geldert.
Yes.
Thanks very much. Michael Geldert, you have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Hello, Michael Geldert. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Very good. Can you hear me now?
Sure can. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. My name is Michael Geldert, and I speak this evening as a director of the Safer Vancouver Society. Safer Vancouver is a nonprofit organization that continues to advocate for the highest standards of care, the formation and implementation of public policy impacting community safety in Vancouver. When others hide from the rain, we pull out our umbrellas. It comes as no surprise then that I am in support of Councillor DeGenova's motion. We live in a city of broken glass. You know it, and I know it. The business owners who continue to fight to keep their businesses going, they know it. Our local media know it. The residents who wake up hourly to sirens and bear bangers and cries for help, they know it. The city workers and contract workers frantically out at 5 a.m. picking up needles, trying to pick up the pieces, they know it. The women being assaulted walking to and from work or with their children on the seawall, they know it too. And our frontline workers in the police, fire, and EMS, they know it. They've been asking for help, and you now have an opportunity to give it to them, and through them, the people of the city. I spoke out against the proposed decrease to the police budget, and tonight I'm speaking out in support of a motion that directs city staff to facilitate a roundtable that summons the frontline and community stakeholders to brainstorm a practical, affordable, and safer delivery mechanism for this council's current policies. The VPD advised council that pulling funding from our police was a recipe for public safety disaster, and they were right. We are all paying that price. I was bitterly disappointed that the overwhelming community support for Councillor DeGenova's 2020 motion seeking to organize a special meeting of council was amended into, well, a nothing burger. The Safer Vancouver is the bedrock of a vibrant and healthy city, and this council put public safety at the bottom of its list of priorities for 2021. Support for this motion says to the people of this city that you are prepared to fulfill your mandate as custodians for a time, and to reach out into the blank spaces between the words of your charter and find solutions that sustain the public trust. I could have put out our supporters on high alert this week, as we did last fall, but this time there simply wasn't, in our opinion, enough time to hear their increased frustration over a couple more days. They're tired, they're beat up, they're angry, they're scared. I know that, and you know that. I support this motion on behalf of the Safer Vancouver Society in hopes that this council is now prepared to support the restoration of Vancouver to the city of glass. You have an opportunity tonight to put aside the politics and the divisiveness on council, to send a clear message to the residents and the business owners of this city that they won't be left to pick up broken glass alone. You've spent the goodwill of the people in this city, and it's time to make a deposit. And subject to any questions, thank you in advance for voting in support of this motion.
Thank you. You do have questions. Councillor Weave first, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks for coming to speak today. First question is, how do you see an organization like yourself included in this motion and being able to be a part of the solution?
It's a good question. We certainly were hopeful last year that we might be included in the conversation, certainly in a roundtable of some kind. I know that's not currently in the motion as it's currently drafted, and we'd certainly support an amended motion that puts forward a practical and timely proposal about engaging the community groups. There are quite a number out in the city, and they may have different language, they may have very different short-term goals, but I think it's fair to say that the overwhelming number of them are looking in the same direction, and that is we don't want people who are afraid to walk the streets. We don't want people who are having to have 911 on speed dial. And so how that looks really is subject to you folks amending it. You know who the community groups are, and certainly we're prepared to step up to be part of that conversation.
Okay, because it talks about the BIAs. The second part talks about participation for residents in safety programs and CPCs. And the last is asking for information from the police. So I'm wondering, what parts do you see of this motion are really going to be hitting the ground running to improve the public safety of the city?
I think it's really reaching out and saying, you know, we're city councilors and we all love this city. I believe that all the councilors do. And I don't think it's fair for city councilors to sit there or stand there in chambers or at home and have to come up with solutions on their own. And I don't think it's prudent to the extent that there are options available to rely exclusively on staff. And I think that's the way I read this motion is we do have other stakeholders in the city, and we have the VPD, and we do have Vancouver Coastal Health and BC Housing, potentially BIAs, potentially community groups who could be resources, who frankly have been in their various ways demanding for a seat at a table where they can have their bluff called. And frankly, I think this is a fantastic opportunity for all of the councillors to say, well, you know what? There's a lot of people in this city who've been chastising some of us for not welcoming them to a table to actually share what it is that they feel we're not doing right, well, we're going to offer up an opportunity for you to do that.
Okay, thanks so much for coming to speak today. Appreciate it.
Thank you. You
Thank you.
have a question from Councillor Dejanova. Please go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much. Then thanks for waiting 3 whole days to speak. I think you're probably right. I've had a number of speakers say that they've sent their comments into all of council and they weren't able to wait, such as Eddie Elmer and a number of others who asked me to note that. I'm wondering if you would be concerned if the time frame was to be extended on this, and if there wasn't to be a report back to council in a timely fashion, considering the daily updates we receive in the media from Vancouver Police about the violent crime, what we see in the media from these shop owners, what we're hearing about from the nonprofit operators who simply on a shoestring budget can't do any more with their dollars than just have a front desk clerk. Do you think that it's important that we act now, and how timely do you think that has to be? Do you think by the end of the year, like Q4 as I'd written, is reasonable, or would you like to see a different time frame?
Thanks for the question. I wasn't going to mention this, but I guess this is the best way for me to provide the answer. My daughter's 3.5, and I've raised her to be polite and to be welcoming and to be engaging with people that smile at her. And she knows some of the folks that appear to be homeless in and around our neighborhood in Yaletown. And she knows some of them on a first name basis. And I thought that was fantastic. And 2 weeks ago, we were walking down Seymour Street, and she decided to do what she's been doing for a year and a half. And she smiled at someone and just waved and said hello. And the person, and I can't repeat the language, but the person chastised her. And I haven't been that mad in 20 years. And this is the type of thing that is actually increasingly happening on a daily basis, where we are really at a tipping point. And I will do everything possible to encourage people to harness their compassion, to reach out to the outlets that are available to us. But there comes a point where the community is simply going to snap, and I'm very concerned about that. And I really don't think that kicking this down to find the best possible way to get all of the very smart people at city staff to figure out a way that this doesn't run afoul of some policy or some procedure is going to do it. I think the rough and ready approach.
Can I ask, do you want to see something by the end of the year, though, coming back from our city staff on this?
Absolutely. The sooner the better.
Thank you so much, Michael.
Councillor Kirby-Young, you're up for 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks for speaking to council, Michael. I just wanted to kind of build off some of your comments, and I wonder, I'm not, if you mind sharing, like how long you've lived in the city and how much of a tipping point you think we're at right now in terms of what you're seeing. I know you gave some very specific examples.
Sure. I've been in Yaletown since 2007. And I've been a lawyer, largely small business lawyer, tons of nonprofit work, helping nonprofits get set up for most of that time. Very community-oriented person, sort of by nature. And I feel that I quite honestly have had the pulse of the city, at least in this community. And it is just unbelievable to me what I've seen in the last 2 years especially. And it is actually getting worse. And, you know, I am not even going to refer back to any of the statistics that anybody can throw around here. I'm going simply on what I know and what I observe. I have a dog. I'm walking several times a day. I'm very friendly with my neighbors. And then as a director of Safer Vancouver, we have hundreds of people telling us all sorts of stories. And it has been more effort for us to not continue down the road of inflaming people's passions and fears over the last 6 months. But we have made a decided effort not to do that because, frankly, I don't know that helps. But what won't help what will be even less helpful is if we have our city council that are just not going to consider how desperate many of us in the city feel that we are right now for the same type of support that we heard expressed very eloquently by many people at their wit's end on, motion 8 over the last day or so. I think we're absolutely at that tipping point. And again, I'm conversations with other dads in the community and moms in the community. They're getting either completely fed up, and to the extent that they can move, they're looking to do that, but many can't. And they're tucked in. And I think we're one really bad episode away from something really horrible happening. And I think that means we're counting on all of you to step up for us and to say, we're going to figure out a round table that is going to give us the best possible chance to figure out some solutions that maybe are going to make 2022 look a little better than 2021.
Thanks. I appreciate you putting the human face on it. Would you say that the community doesn't feel supported right now in terms of where some of the priorities have been in terms of other concerns and issues in the city?
Yeah, I would say not at all. And I know public safety can sound like a loaded term. And frankly, I think it gets used that way quite a bit. And I understand the jurisdictional issues, and we're seeing that now, frankly, with vaccine passports and on. But at some point, we do need our elected representatives here in the city to say, you know what, we're going to look between the words. We're going to find our jurisdiction. We're going to stretch that out, and we're going to challenge someone or an organization to challenge us that we've gone too far. And I think it's that time right now. Yeah.
Thanks so much. We're at the 3 minutes. Appreciate you calling in. That's it for questions for you. And again, thanks for being so patient and to speak to this item. Let's see now. Right. We have next number 7, speaker number 7, Miriam Dennis.
Speaker 7 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 8 is Teresa Mund.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Teresa Mund, please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Hi, Council. I've called in before several times. I live in the neighborhood. I'm older, in the 60s. My husband's 77, and I'm going to cry again. Every time I get on here, I cry. We're moving out of the neighborhood. We're moving to Speeston. Took us a year to sell our place. We can't handle the crime. We can't handle the drug usage. We don't go out at night. We're afraid to go out at night. I'm a flight attendant. I'm well-traveled. I'm a grandmother. I'm my strata president. I try to be empathetic and compassionate to a lot of the people on the streets. I have some friends out there, and you try to look out for them, but I'm afraid sometimes even walking down the street. I'll tell you a couple examples. My husband and I were walking daylight up Davie. We go to Cobb's. We get our bread, real mundane little life. And some guy just came up to me and he accosted me, and he's like within inches of my face, and he's calling me obscene swear words. I mean, I'm shaking still thinking about it. Maybe that was 6 months ago. I mean, I didn't say anything. You just look at him and you're so afraid for your safety. You just don't know what to do. It was like inches from my face. We have had people die in our back alley. Just recently, my husband and I drove by and feel horrible about this. This woman died. And I said to my husband, should we call the police? But the ambulance. But when we've called them before, people fight with you because they don't want you to call the ambulance. Anyways, in our community, our building, someone told me she died. Then there was another one behind in the Hertz parking lot. I'm in the Elan building. She died. Also, I went to the police. You know, I was discussing this, and we were trying to get people moved off our property. And the police says, well, you're not responsible for this. But I mean, when people are in your community, they're dying in front of you. I just don't have the energy to save them anymore. So our option was to sell, and we're moving out. And we looked around in a lot of the areas, and we didn't buy in these areas because we feel that is the next problem. The city has just abandoned the council, you know, with the homeless and the drug use. It's just, I don't feel safe. Anyways, with our strata, we've spent approximately $10,000 last year upgrading our systems, whatnot. We're in the process of spending another 20,000. We've had our building broken in several times. And when someone gets into the building, you ask them to leave and tell them it's not their property, but it's like they own the building. It's like they threaten you. It's very aggressive behavior. It's not a normal life. It's not acceptable for us to live this life. I mean, as the previous speaker was talking about broken glass, all you do is you see the buildings are boarded up. I mean, we bought into this building as we were older, thinking we could live, work in this area. But as I said previously, we can't even go out at night. My husband had chest pains maybe 3-4 months ago, and you could walk to St. Paul's Hospital previously, so I drove him. I waited a couple hours. It's 10 at night. Like when he came out, it was midnight, but I went to pick him up. You can't live in this neighborhood and feel safe. And I phoned him before. I was opposed to 1101, the safe site injection by the park. It's the same thing in our neighborhood. I mean, how many times do you phone in? You spend days trying to speak to anyone. When you hear there's a motion going forward, you hang out, you wait. But are you guys even listening? I mean, people take the time. Anyways, whatever happened to the 4 S's that they keep talking about, the 4 pillars: prevention, enforcement, treatment, harm reduction. All you're doing is the harm reduction. These people don't have a hope. There's no hope. You've condemned them. There's prevention, maybe. Enforcement, treatment. Where's their treatment? You've got mental health. You've got
Thank you so much. I don't mean to interrupt you, but you are at your 5 minutes, but you do have a question from Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thanks and Teresa for speaking to council. You mentioned that you were moving out, that you were leaving downtown. Can I ask where are you going? Where are you going to go?
We're going to Stevenson.
So you're not just leaving your neighborhood; you're leaving Vancouver.
Yes. We've lived here since 1997 on and off, and I'm leaving my neighborhood. Yes, I'm heartbroken, but, these are the people we know. So, yes, we're leaving.
Wow. I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you for sharing, and thank you for speaking to council.
Thanks.
Thank you. You do have a question from Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova, please go ahead.
I wanted to thank you, first of all, for hanging in there for 3 days to speak. And I also wanted to thank you for sharing your experience. My question to you is, do you feel that these actions would make a difference? Do you feel that, from what I've heard you say, because I was writing some questions down, is enough being done? But do you think anything being done like this would be a good start, at least with some of those businesses that you said you frequent, especially the local businesses?
Yes, it will be a start. And I thank you, Councillor, for bringing it forward. I mean, I thought before that it was being brought forward when the 1101 safe site was brought forward and discussed, but it's taken a year to get this far. How long is it going to take before anyone listens? People are bringing our issues. The police are supporting us as best as they can. I can say that because I go to the Granville site, and they're very supportive as best as they can, but they're stretched. So, yes, I mean, the city has to listen. They just can't change a neighborhood's face and think it's acceptable.
And can I ask, do you also think that it's important that we consider complex care? And in the motion, I've tried to describe as best I can. I mean, there's entire papers written on the type of dignified living environment that goes beyond the 4 walls and a roof, but offers complex care to people who need it. We were all just at UBCM, and we've met with ministers, including the housing minister, who had said that this is what they're moving towards. Do you think that if other municipalities are going to advocate for this for people, that we should be doing the same if they need it, that they should have access to programs that focus on things like a meaningful life?
Well, hopefully everyone has a meaningful life, and yes, I'm hopeful that they will have treatment. But I mean, so far all we've discussed is treatment. There's so many different people out there with issues. I've learned the mental illness, the drugs, like, and what about a job? Are they ever going to be functioning back into society? And are we going to give them a job skill? Like, it's not just giving them treatment. There's so many different areas. There was a
that's not for me to
or,
that's not for me to figure out, and I only have 10 more seconds. But would you like to see this motion passed and staff come back with something before the end of the year?
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is the 3 minutes. Thank you so much. And that's it for questions, speakers. So thank you so much for your patience and for calling in. Very much appreciate it. And I am going to move on to the next speaker now. We have speaker number 9, Wellington Lee. Speaker number 9, Wellington Lee.
I'm just checking, Mayor Stewart.
Works.
No.
Okay, thanks. We have speaker number 10's withdrawn. Speaker number 11 is Catherine Hollinsey.
Yes.
Great.
Yes, hi.
Hello.
Can you
please
hear
go
me?
ahead up to 5 minutes. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I mean, I just listened to a couple of the speakers before me, and I totally concur with what Michael is saying, but also what Teresa is saying. I just moved to this neighborhood from Crosstown, the neighborhood being around Emery Barnes Park. And, you know, the community has apparently changed. I've only known it as it is now. It's deeply disappointing. When I talk to people, they are fearful, they are down. Everybody is talking about how much the downtown core has changed. And this is people who don't even visit the downtown core very much. They come and they just can't believe what they're looking at. And there's something going on all the time. Yesterday night, it started at about 6 o'clock. There was shouting coming out of Emery Barnes Park, and it went on and on. There would be moments of peace and quiet, and then it would start again. And I want to hope, if I can you hear me? Play some of it. This is what I recorded.
Speaker, we can't hear anything. Sorry, speaker, we can't hear anything. Speaker, I'm sorry, we can't hear anything.
Hello?
Hi, I'm sorry, we couldn't hear anything, speaker.
I just been trying to play you what was happening last night in my neighborhood.
We can't hear anything.
Hello?
Hi there. We couldn't hear anything.
I'm
speaker,
just trying to play you. Hello?
Hi there.
I'm trying to play you a recording of something that came out of Emery Barnes Park.
We can't hear anything. I think you might have a computer on in the background, speaker. Hello? Hi, sorry, we couldn't hear anything, speaker.
Mayor Stewart, just a point of privilege, could you maybe remind the speaker to turn their computer off?
I have done that, Councillor Ivanova.
Hi, I've turned my computer off now. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, speaker, just that we couldn't hear the sound that you were trying to play for us.
Well, I play that sound to you because I don't think I'm believed. I am not believed. You would not believe what was happening in Emery Barnes Park last night, and the only reason I recorded that was because it was last night. It's very recent. These things happen all the time. And it was a group of men. They sounded very aggressive. I tried to call the police. They're not able to deal with it because there are no weapons. There's nobody fighting. And in the end, it goes on for 4 hours. Until in the end, I'm thinking to myself, am I going to go down and basically ask them to stop? And I do agree with Michael that this city's going to blow soon enough because somebody's going to go down. It could be me and get into an altercation that's going to end very, very badly. But without the police around to do anything about it, never mind the Parks Board, we're in despair. There's just nobody to turn to. And, the downtown core looks glittering. It's a jewel surrounded by mountains and oceans. It looks fantastic. And it just seems to be becoming more and more destroyed. And people are just disengaging and moving away. Teresa is moving away. I know 2 other people who've moved. No, I mean 5 other people, when I think about it, have moved. I'm already thinking of moving and I've just arrived. And I just...
Sorry, Speaker, that we have reached your 5-minute time limit, but you do have a question from Councillor Dejanova. Please go ahead, Councillor.
Thanks very much. I'm wondering if you might be able to send us the recording or email us the recording, and then we could listen to it if we wanted at some point. Would that be something you might be able to do?
Yes, if you want to.
Okay.
I don't suppose most of the councillors will want to.
I will tell you I will listen to it if you send it. I can't speak for anyone else but myself. But I also wanted to ask you, how would this motion or the resolution that comes out of this change things? I'm not suggesting that it's going to be the be all end all of public safety in the city, but do you feel that this would be better than what's happening now, and that this is a good step forward? Or
well, something has to be done.
What happened? What would this do for you if this was passed by council? What would this give you? Would this give you something to look forward to?
Yes, and I want some community consultation on the changes that are taking place in this neighborhood and beyond. I mean, we're hurting. No, things just happen and we don't have a say in them. And as for the businesses, I mean, it's awful for them.
And do you feel? Can I ask you? Do you? And you don't have to answer this. But do you feel safe right now in your neighborhood? And what is it that you used to be able to do, or what shops and businesses did you used to be able to go to that you perhaps don't go to anymore from listening to your presentation?
Well, I had to get to the post office, and it was dark in the morning, and I should have got there really early, but I didn't really want to because I don't feel completely safe going those couple of blocks. And yesterday, there was no way I was going down to the park. There was just no way, and I didn't even want to go past the park. It was really an unsafe situation, and when you hear the recording, you'll understand that. And I am quite a few stories up. I wasn't even at ground level recording that, and it was just ricocheting all around.
And did you call the police?
Yes, and there's no weapons, there's no fight. I mean, I'm honest. They say, are there any weapons? I don't think so. Is there any fighting going on? I didn't know, but it didn't sound very friendly what was going on. But I said no, and therefore you don't get prioritized. And no police came over the 4 hours. And the Parks Board was swamped last night, so they couldn't do anything. I don't think it was something for the park rangers either. It was too serious.
Well, thank you very much for hanging in there and speaking, and I do hope that we can find something for you to look forward to when it comes to staff reporting back.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
the end of the 3 minutes. Thank you for calling in this evening. And I'm going to move to speaker number 12 is withdrawn. Speaker number 13 is Tamara Frass.
Not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 14 is Colin McGrath.
Not on the line.
Speaker 15 is withdrawn. Speaker 16, Andrew Pollard.
Not on the line.
17, Speaker 17 is Mike Roan.
Yes.
Mike Roan, you have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready, please.
Cool. First off, I'd like to acknowledge that I'm calling from the lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I begrudgingly kind of support this motion. I think what's happened kind of this last year is a couple specific neighborhoods have been kind of singled out and ignored, and I think that's kind of what we're seeing here, where a lot of people think it's not so bad, and then other people are just it sounds like a war zone. Personally, I live pretty close to Strathcona Park, and I mean, it goes without saying that we saw like attempted murder, we saw real murder, we saw explosions. There was a hit on a neighborhood member. It was insane. And the number one thing that sucked about it, aside from the assaults, was we felt so ignored. Nobody was talking about it. Police would say, hey, we don't go into the park unless it's a physical threat, and only if they have the numbers, and like that was just accepted. Eventually, we did get 180 people into housing, which was the whole goal of the whole thing. And then, Strathcona Park now is quite quiet, so it's gotten a lot better. But I'm hearing, like I walk through Chinatown quite regularly, and that seems about as rough as it's been. January was the roughest I've ever seen Chinatown, and I've lived here my whole life. And yeah, I don't know. For me, it's like this is the first motion where I've heard from anybody saying, "Hey, let's talk about it. Let's get some action on it." And so that's why I'm supporting it. It's the first thing that's come along. It looks like we want to actually take a step forward. So that's my take on it.
Thanks so much for calling in this evening. I don't see any questions for you from council, so I'll just thank you for your time tonight and move to the next speaker. Council, thank you. Let's see. That was Mike Roan. Speaker number 18 is just Sarah, just one name. Sarah, speaker number 18.
Just checking.
Thank you.
No.
Okay. Speaker 19 is Scott Ellerbeck.
No.
Speaker 20 is Serge Corbell. Serge Corbeil.
No.
Okay. We have 21, Speaker 21, Nick Poger.
Yes.
Great. Nick
Hi,
Poger.
Mayor and Council. How are you? I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ken. Please go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Thanks so much. I'm speaking to this motion from the perspective of both the Commercial Drive BIA and a lifelong resident of the City of Vancouver. First off, any motion which seeks to open dialogue between Mayor and Council, the BIAs, the VPD, Coastal Health, BC Housing, and other agencies such as the Park Board who serve the City of Vancouver and its residents, to me is a win-win. Any motion that seeks to increase support, resources, and funding with the goal of improving on and looking for solutions to the ever-increasing homelessness, mental health, crime, and bylaw issues gets my support. As we're all aware, homelessness, mental health, crime, and the daily breaking of bylaws in our communities and parks is top of mind with residents and BIAs alike. These issues are not prevalent only in the downtown east side any longer. Every neighborhood is seeing a negative trickle-down impact in their retail districts and surrounding residential areas. Within the context of this motion and touching on the relationship to the city's goal of connected neighborhoods as part of the Vancouver plan, retail districts are a heart of these communities in many respects. Providing resources to mitigate these issues is a very important component in providing safe neighborhoods for all, including those who are marginalized. I've seen warnings from community resident groups to watch out for human feces in our parks and in our children's playgrounds. This is not okay. People being randomly and savagely attacked in our retail districts is not okay. Bodies being found behind our small businesses' dumpsters is not okay. People being murdered in our parks is not okay. We, the residents and BIA, cannot go this alone. A real solution or start to one will take a multifaceted approach with cooperative work between all agencies, a four-pillar approach. While many pieces of this plan have made great strides forward, and I applaud you for your participation in that, the enforcement pillar is not taking place. Over the past decade, it seems as though the VPD have been tasked with being Vancouver's homelessness and mental health outreach. They've also been left to manage safety in our parks. In my opinion, the VPD should be left to focus on providing policing of criminal activity. I don't have all the answers. However, I would like to communicate what I'm hearing in my community from both small business and constituents. With Mayor and Council in the lead, please consider bringing back VPD foot patrols, presence, and enforcement at street level in our BIAs and neighborhoods. This is a system used by major cities around the world, especially those with a large tourism base. Please consider adding foot patrols, presence, and enforcement in our parks by park rangers. Please consider challenging BC Coastal Health and BC Housing with providing street-level outreach and presence. Service, presence, and enforcement at street level is a long missing component that would receive wide support from all residents and BIAs. Our BIAs and residents strongly believe a thoughtful feet on the street, an on-foot outreach approach to enforcement in our neighborhoods and retail districts will provide a positive impact and help us move towards safer neighborhoods and a safer city for all. That's it for me. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Hello?
Thanks so much, Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so I'll just thank you for your time this evening, and I'll have to move to the next speaker now. Thanks so much. We have the last speaker is Speaker 22 is withdrawn. The last registered speaker is Marilyn Jealous.
Jealous.
I'm sorry about that.
No worries.
Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Vancouver, have been for almost 20 years, and I'm calling in support of Councillor Ginanova's motion. I think given VPD recent stats and press releases, stories of serious and violent crime in the media lately and from speakers today, I don't see how one can reasonably take the view that the city is not facing some type of public safety crisis. And the first step to addressing any problem is to acknowledge it, and we need to acknowledge the problem and how your decisions have contributed to the problem, and that work can start today with you passing this motion. I find it's imperative that the city start dialogue on public safety with the BIAs, VPD, CCH, and BC Housing to get a handle on the issue. So I strongly support Resolution A as a motion. Speaking from personal experience, I have two kids. They're ages 3 and 5. They attend the preschool and school at Arbutus and 8th. As you're aware, the city and BC Housing are pushing for a large, low-barrier supportive housing project 25 meters from the school and preschool that has a population of over 450 kids. We had this so-called engagement with BC Housing after their announcement, but I really felt like it wasn't an engagement. They refused to entertain any questions or concerns regarding public safety. People who brought up such concerns were dismissed. I felt like I was being unjustly labeled discriminatory. In my view, this is all, it's disappointing and inappropriate because we just wanted to have meaningful dialogue because, we're scared. My kids can't speak on their own behalf. There's no huge group of activists or industry advocating on behalf of them or the other kids involved, but their safety does matter. And hopefully Resolution A is one way for their concerns and the concerns of others to be addressed and to compel other parties like BC Housing to actually acknowledge and talk about public safety, which will hopefully lead to some action. In my view, the province's transitional supportive housing model is flawed. Systems underfunded, too many of the buildings are mismanaged, have inadequate health or complex care supports to meet the needs of its residents. Many of them are suffering from health issues, including mental illness, addiction, trauma, among other things. And you've been working with BC Housing and other government and nonprofit agencies to house the unhoused, and that's commendable. But I feel like we're expanding this flawed model throughout the city, and we're seeing the fallout from this now with increased crime and disorder in more and more neighborhoods. It's been publicly documented by those familiar with the inner workings of transitional supportive housing and just how dangerous some of these buildings can be for residents, staff, and neighbors in the absence of proper management supports. Severe mental health and addiction coupled with trauma and other issues can quickly escalate into violence. We've seen multiple stabbings and other violent crimes in and around social housing. Just this week, a man in Gastown, social housing unit, stabbed in the neck. If you haven't read the Tai's recent article regarding SROs managed by Atira and the dangers that they present to staff and residents and consequently to neighbors, I strongly encourage you to do so. It's alarming and in my view illustrates the failure of the province's housing initiatives. I'm really struggling to understand how, members of council and staff will recognize mental illness and addictions, health issues, and advocating for decriminalization and safe supply, which I support. But when we're housing those with mental illness and addictions, levels of government, they generally ignore the health component and pretend that the needs of the unhoused can be met just by simply providing a roof over their heads, and kind of pretend that this approach won't have any impact on the neighborhood, when in fact it does. For example, going back to my personal experience, BC Housing has confirmed that the supportive housing at Arbutus and 8th, it will house individuals with mental health and addiction issues, but there's not going to be any on-site mental health or drug programming. There's not going to be any 24/7 healthcare professionals. The so-called supports are like an amenity room, front desk managers and staff for laundry. There's no significant on-site health services or wraparound supports. Your staff has identified a site surrounded by a preschool, elementary school, and toddler park as appropriate for low barrier housing. And moreover, you want to upzone the site, so it's going to be 3 to 4 times larger than the neighboring preschool, elementary school, and residences. And it's going to be about 140 units, which is about as large as these projects get. So given the size of the project and the lack of on-site and wraparound supports, and just hearing the experiences of residents in downtown, with their transitional supportive housing buildings, vandalism, street disorder, outdoor encampments, discarded needles, people masturbating in the open, I can't see how this housing initiative is going to go well for the residents or these kids. You need to be demanding and pressuring relevant government and ministries to provide and fund the health and complex care supports that these supportive housing, transitional housing buildings need for them to be a success for residents in the neighborhood. You need to require commitments from senior levels of government to fund these adequate supports. To that end, you need to support Resolution C. And if these commitments can't be made, you shouldn't be facilitating BC Housing placing these sites on city land right beside vulnerable preschool and elementary school kids, which is what you're doing right now. And it's come to my attention recently that the Vancouver School District is considering disposing of school board lands to BC Housing. And what type of housing will be allowed on these lands? Are there going to be different considerations when placing these projects by public schools vis-a-vis independent schools? I'd like to know. And I feel like we're in this situation where when the kids at Arbutus and 8th and their teachers are confronted with a serious crime or public disorder, which is likely going to happen, who's going to be there to protect them and to reduce the harm and trauma to them? Amid all these cries to defund the police and police being unable and unwilling to deal with these issues when they involve unhoused persons or persons with mental health or addiction issues, it's not the VPD who's going to be helping them, then who is it?
Sure.
And just in short, sorry.
So that's okay. You're just at the 5. You're at the 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. I support all the motions, and I want you to do more. I want your council and staff to show that they've done the due diligence when considering locations for OPS, for supportive housing, and I want you to engage in real, meaningful negotiation and consultation, and not just present the neighborhood with a plan once it's said and done, which is what's been happening in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for calling, Speaker. I don't see any questions for you, but thank you so much for being so patient and calling in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, that's the end of the speakers list. I am going to go back through, though, and just call the names and have the clerk ask me, tell me if there's anybody on the line or in the chamber. So I'm going to start with number 1, speaker number 1, John Clarides.
No.
Speaker 2, Nadia Ayed.
No.
Speaker 5, Eddie Elmer.
No.
Speaker 7, Miriam Dennis.
No.
Speaker 8, Speaker 9, I'm sorry, Wellington Lee.
No.
Speaker 13, Tamara Freyas.
No.
Speaker 14, Colin McGrath.
Yes.
Great. Colin McGrath, you have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
Great, thank you. And apologies for missing my slot. I wasn't expecting this to come up at this time, and someone just texted me to tell me that I had missed my slot. So I just rushed in to speak quickly here, and I won't take my 5 minutes. But I think that reading this motion, I'm clearly in support of it. I think a lot of the items that are outlined here are, state the problem at hand, and I think other speakers have. The last speaker I listened to also just covered off most of the things I would have said. I think the resolution of involving the local police and the local business associations and community as well, I think is critical. I think that's been key. If I talk about if the title of this motion is any impacts the City of Vancouver actions have had on neighbourhood safety, and in that context, I think if I wrap that all up in one statement, I think it's really a lack of consultation on some key items that do affect the city, specifically items like what was just stated, the transitional supportive housing and OPS sites. I wasn't on the original Overlook Prevention site downtown. I understood there was a large number of speakers. I was not one of them back when that was on the table, and many felt not listened to or not heard. I think we also I think the last speaker spoke of the site for supportive housing that was also being tabled near schools and elementary schools. Again, really just what felt from city staff mainly, because we haven't talked to council about this, but what felt from staff's perspective is this is sort of a done deal and it's going through and this is how it is, and really a feeling that many people who objected to it for sound reasons with real solid logic and examples in the community of where these have been the problem were just effectively accused of being discriminatory, non-compassionate, and really quite really sort of pushed back and not heard. So I would say that the motions that Councillor DiGenova's put forward, I think, are good ones, and I would support them. If I was to have an opportunity to add more things, as well as for some of these critical sites with special needs and special requirements that are being proposed on city land, where cities choosing the site, we've asked about the logic for that, and there really hasn't been any logic about why these sites were chosen beyond we've got some land. And I think, the city should do better than that. Look around at what's available, other alternatives, supports in the area that will support the type of needs for that type of a site for both the residents and the community. It's not just about the community, the people that have to live and work in these places too. And I would also, if there was one more thing to add, if it's not already covered, and there's actually bring the community stakeholders to decisions like this as well as the business community, as well as the police, as well as all the health and coastal health. Bring the community that is in the sites that are being proposed for these types of requirements into the early discussion as well, and not as an afterthought. So I would just stop there at this point, and I thank you all for the chance. I thank Councillor DiGenova for putting this motion up, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for your time this evening. I don't see any questions for you, so I will just thank you and just continue calling through the list. Let's see here. We've got speaker number 16, Andrew Pollard.
No.
18, Sarah, no last name.
No.
Okay, 19, Scott Ellerbeck.
No.
And number 20, Serge Corbeil.
I'm just getting a message.
Okay.
No.
Okay, thank you so much. So that is it for speakers this evening, Council, and we can move now to, the motion has been moved and seconded. We are moving now to debate. So I'm opening up the main queue. If you'd like to speak to this motion, please put yourself on the queue. Councillor Weave, you're up first for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I've submitted an amendment.
Okay, I'll just ask the clerks to pull that up on the screen.
I'm happy to second that amendment, Mayor Stewart.
Okie doke. Thank you. Just there we go. The orange screen is up.
Perfect. And I'll just quickly speak to it, recognizing the time. We've heard today from a bunch of speakers, as well as from the community over the last little while, of the need to be involved in this roundtable and be involved in decision making. It's also the BIAs don't represent all the businesses, as well as all the stakeholders that need to be involved at the table, as well as it needs to be a more holistic approach. And so the ministry is involved if we're really going to start to tackle this issue collectively. So what I've done here is I've added community stakeholders, recognizing areas like Little Mountain and others do not have BIAs, but do have serious concerns that need to be voiced if we're going to address this issue in a collective way. And so I've added a few different stakeholders to this group, including industry associations, which I think are important because they collectively have the voice of different industries that sometimes aren't represented on the ground level.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder for this?
I seconded it, Mayor Stewart.
I'm sorry,
sorry,
I didn't hear
I
that.
thought I did.
No, I missed that. I do remember now, Councillor DeGenova, so we are in amendment queue. Please go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart, and sorry, it's been a long night for me too, long few days, as I'm sure it is for all of us. I'd like to thank Councillor Weeb for this, and Councillor Weeb and I have been working together on another motion that I think also looks at sort of a more holistic approach to community and safety, and there's been a lot of business this council has dealt with, but I do think that this is a very good addition, and appreciate you putting this forward. And I'm hoping that this will be a step forward, but I certainly think that these are good additions, and they certainly are welcome. So just I'll leave it at that, but I support it, and I hope that the rest of council will as well.
Thank you. That's it for speakers to this amendment. So I can move us to a voting queue. Just ask the clerks to set it up. There we go. Councillor Swanson, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato. There we go. Clerks want to pull that up. That is passed with none in opposition. Okay, thanks for going back to the main queue. Councillor Weeb, anything else? Oh, you're on mute, Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, this is a concern that we have in the city. We're recognizing that we have to work more collectively together with other partners. We need to listen to our public. We need to listen to our business community as we try to solve these issues. And obviously, coming out of a pandemic, there's been serious concerns about how we can build back better and how we can support the safety of not only our public, but our business community. So I look forward to seeing what these discussions have and what is brought forward and how we can support that in implementation.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
I submitted an amendment.
Okay, great. I'm just waiting for clerks to pull that up. Okay, that's up.
Happy to second this as well, Mayor Stewart.
Okay, I'll move us to a different queue. Councillor Swanson, you've moved it so you can speak. Please go ahead.
So I'm thinking that the main cause of people feeling unsafe is that we have a lot of people who are homeless who are actually the most unsafe because they don't even have a door that they can lock. And that it would be really great if all the people that are talking about how awful the situation is would get together and try and get some housing for these folks, especially for the 700 for whom there's no access even to shelters. That's our staff's estimate. So that's why I put this amendment in.
Okay, thank you. And we've had a seconder. Okay, Councillor Kirby-Yung, I see you on the queue.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I submitted an amendment to the amendment that the clerk should have. Also circulated to council.
Happy to second this as well.
Okay, I will move the queue over to the amendment. Councillor Kirby-Yung, please go ahead. You're up to 5.
Yeah, great. And just waiting. I'm just waiting for that to come up. So when it does, the text in green are additions, additional language to Councillor Swanson's amendment. And essentially, I think this, what I'm endeavoring to do with these additions, I'm not seeing the screen change, but I'll talk to it.
It's on the orange cone, I think.
Okay, maybe it's just we're not seeing it in chambers. What I'm endeavoring to do with the additions here is really to acknowledge that we need to do better in terms of providing more than just housing, and that we need to recognize that there's a number of significant issues and challenges that people are struggling with. And I think advocate vociferously as a united council and as a municipal body that it is about more than just housing. We need to provide people with better services, and we need to ensure that the access to the services is there. We're not just giving people a roof, but we're actually giving them a path forward and sort of access to improve their situation. So the additional language, other than a couple of housekeeping amendments, in the guts of it is really to include with access to supportive services, including mental health supports, as well as addictions management and treatment, as may be beneficial or as people may wish to access it. And that's why I've utilized the term access. But I think that it's really important. And I think that that's the big gap, honestly, that we have, that we're seeing in terms of helping people to be successful in their new homes and trying to build communities that can coexist well because people are supported with the services that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dejanova?
Thanks. I'm happy to support this and just wanted to, I'll offer my comments on this and the amendment to the amendment, hopefully at the same time. That's what I'm going to endeavor to do. I appreciate this. I didn't want to bring a large resolution to council that perhaps wasn't maybe exactly what we all wanted to move forward with. I do want input. I do want to hear back. I think that there is discussion, a roundtable involved in looking at neighborhood associations, but also in the last clause, council, and I really do hope that you'll take the time, if you haven't already, to go and take a look at the Redfish Healing Center and their model, because I think that this is exactly the type of support services, you know, and there's all of these. Now BC Housing is actually changing their terminology to complex care, and I know we all had a chance to meet at UBCM virtually with the Minister of Housing, but also I had sent a briefing note to BC Housing staff and had spoken with staff from the Attorney General's office and BC Housing staff to discuss the need for complex care in our city and the need for those supportive services. And I appreciate what's being brought forward by my colleague here, because it's about offering access to that. That being said, I think that it also complements what the original amendment was saying in Councillor Swanson's ask for operating expenses. I have to say that these nonprofit organizations that are expected to do this and that come under fire in the media, you know, I'm not going to name any names because I don't want to unfairly point any of them out, but they're operating on a shoestring budget. And the reason they only have a front desk clerk, and the reason that they only offer maybe meals or have one room that's free as an overdose prevention site, and that's if their front desk staff person can man that room, then it's unfair. It's unfair to ask them to do more with a smaller budget. And I think that complex care and these supportive services require that. So I think that, this amendment, the amendment complements the original amendment well, and I'm happy to support it, but really wanted to share that from my experience in non-market housing and working with people who literally have $375 a month, and they may have concurrent disorders also, but also need wheelchair accessible housing. It's very, very tough, if at all possible. Sometimes it's impossible to find those types of units and housing. But again, it's about creating homes, not just rooms for people. So thank you, and I support this.
Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. And I don't see anybody else in the queue for this, so I can call the vote on this amendment to the amendment. And looking for Councillor Fry. There we go. That has passed unanimously. Thank you. And I'm going to move back to the amendment queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, do you have anything else?
Not at this point, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move us back to the main queue. Councillor Swanson, do you have anything else?
No,
this is the motion as amended. No? Okay.
Well, wait, I hope if we're going to be voting on the whole thing, could we sever it?
Okay. I'll just when I pull it up, by letter. Okay, thanks. Let's see. Councillor Dejanova, did you have anything else on this?
That's a holdover from the amendment queue. I think we're
Okay.
back to on the main queue, correct, Mayor?
Yes, we are. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just in terms of final comments, I appreciate the fact that we have this motion in front of us, and I think it's a conversation that's long overdue. I do think that I wrote down some phrases from some of the speakers, and I do believe that we have a public safety crisis, and we're at a tipping point, and I think that we have a responsibility to listen to that and acknowledge that. You can feel it in the city. You can feel that people are on edge, that they're uneasy, that they're uncomfortable, in living their daily lives. And while we have some significant and serious social and mental health and addictions challenges we have to deal with, we also have a very core responsibility to create a livable and a safe city for all residents in Vancouver. And one does not negate the other. They're both important, and they are fundamental, I think, in terms of, we don't just talk about a livable city, we talk a lot about all the dual crises we've been through. We've been through the pandemic with COVID, we have the opioid crisis, but we now have a crisis of livability. And when I hear some of our speakers that are actually, and this is not the first person I've heard it from, I've heard it from many that are moving out, not just out of their neighborhood, but they're actually leaving the city because they don't feel that they can go about living their daily lives in a reasonable way. And at that point, I think we're failing because of a lot of serious and significant issues that we have to deal with. But we can't kind of turn our eye and say, well, we've got, these bigger, larger, ingrained, deeply embedded systemic issues. We have a responsibility, as I said, to support in the meantime. So when we have a situation where windows are being broken daily, where people don't feel safe taking their kids to the park, when we've heard from the past from women that, used to move into downtown because it was a walkable neighborhood and they thought that they could walk from Yaletown or downtown south to their job in Gastown, and they don't do that anymore. They grab a car share to get there. And the increased crime, people witnessing violent crime, that's traumatic and that stays with people. So I think that this is one of the most fundamentally important conversations that we need to be having, and we need to engage people in the community in that. We need to listen to them. And I really want to hear what they have to say in terms of what solutions and suggestions they will bring forward. What I heard tonight was a lot of compassionate, reasonable people, but a lot of people that fundamentally, at their core, are not able to feel that they feel secure in their own person and safety or for that of their family. And that's not the Vancouver that we want. So I'm very happy to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Swanson, I've got you back on the, oops.
Yep.
Back on the queue.
That's good.
Oh.
So I'm going to have a hard time supporting this. We got a really great email from the Planning Commission asking us not to succumb to a narrow definition of public safety, which I think is yet another really good analysis from them. They're really doing good work lately. But the thing is we can't set up groups about safety that exclude the groups that are the most vulnerable, which I would say would be people who are homeless, sex workers, people who use drugs, people who have mental illness. They should be at the absolute center of this attempting to find an answer, because they're the ones that are experiencing the most danger, and they know what it would be that would help them. They know it the best. Remember, nothing about us without us. So to say that we're going to have stakeholders and BIAs and VPD figure this all out without the people that are the most impacted, it won't work. And you get a situation where VPD is going from one storefront to another, telling people that they have to move, and they move to another storefront, and then the VPD shows up and they have to move to another storefront. That's why I put the last part of the motion in, because we have to stop that cycle. But if we're going to do something in the immediate term, we can't do it unless we involve the people who are the most vulnerable, because they're the ones that know what it is that could solve the problem. So I can't vote for the first parts of this motion.
The point of procedure, Mayor.
Point of procedure. Yes, Councillor Dejanova.
I need to be a stickler for this, but have we voted on the amended amendment?
We haven't, and I'm sorry about that. The clerk reminded me. I thought we were done speakers. I do both votes at once, but we could do this. Let's do the let's go back and vote on the amended amendment now.
You wish me to take you to a vote, Mayor Stewart?
Please do. I just want to make sure that council it's on the orange cone now if you see the amended amendment. I'm sorry, I forgot to call a vote on that, but please trigger the vote now.
So is this D?
Yes, it's your original motion as amended by Councillor Kirby.
Okay.
Councillor Swanson. Okay, clerks, if you want to.
Call the vote. Okay.
Yes, please. And Councillor Weeb. Okay, so that passes unanimously. I'll let the clerks pull that up on the screen. So now we're in the right spot. Councillor Kirby Young, you have 45 seconds left if you wanted to say anything else.
No, I'm done. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Weeb, 3 minutes.
Yes, this is not a plan to solve community safety and well-being. That is a strategy that we need to embark as a city. It's a strategy that's going to take a significant time, and we're one of the only major cities that does not have one. It's something that we need to focus, and Councillor Swanson's right. It needs to be centered from the people that are most vulnerable and the people that are affected the most. What we're talking about here today is a couple little elements that are needed to move forward on some critical issues. However, the long-term elements still need to be addressed. We are still waiting on the decriminalizing poverty work that needs to come back. Our staff are working significantly on components for us to look at the foundational pieces needed to move forward with the community safety plan. I will be supporting this current work. I do think it's important, but I don't think it should be done in parallel or without. I think that it needs to be done in parallel. I think there's a lot of work for us to do right now, and I think that this is one element. But I do think we need to focus on the community as we pull community safety and well-being as a focus of this community. We're hearing from residents, businesses, people in general that this city needs to focus and work together and holistically on a community safety strategy that affects everyone, with everyone involved, so we can have those connected, safe communities that we all want. So I will be supporting this, but I think in the long run, we do need a community safety and well-being plan here in Vancouver. It's critical. It's critical if we want to be a livable city.
Thank you. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, I won't take up too much time. I was a bit ambivalent about this motion, not because I don't agree that there's a lot of issues to deal with. In particular, where we're seeing in the downtown east side, Chinatown, downtown core peninsula, there are certainly an increase in disorder. I did want to just highlight, based on some of Councillor Swanson's comments, that in Article B, it does talk about including residents, and I think it doesn't presuppose who the residents are. So I would assume that those residents could just as easily be folks who are living in the Howard Johnson as they are residents who are living in the condo across the street from the Emery Barnes Park. I also do want to highlight that in A, it does actually touch upon something that I think is quite significant, and that is the increased property crime, theft, and violent shoplifting. I don't know if any of you have noticed, but you don't see security guards in the city anymore that aren't wearing stab-proof vests. And I'm talking about the guys who are, working at the supermarket or the London Drugs or whatever. And I think that's indicative of a trend that we should be taking seriously. Certainly, we hear lots of the sort of anecdotal stuff on Twitter, and obviously, it's Twitter. But I do think, and I spend a lot of time walking and cycling around the city and sort of getting boots on the ground. And definitely there is a tension there that I think we need to discuss and act upon. I'm not sure that this is going to be the mechanism to do it, but I appreciate that Councillor DeGenova's brought it forward, and at least it's an opportunity to accelerate that conversation. But certainly it's something that we as custodians of the city need to really work on, and it is going to take a multitude of approaches. It's going to take a multifaceted approach, and again, just to reflect on Councillor Swanson's comments about nothing without us, I do think that that the inclusion of all residents would satisfy that criteria. So I'll be voting in support of this motion as amended.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks. Just before I close on this, Mayor Stewart, I was hoping we could possibly have a copy emailed to us so we know what we're voting on, as some councillors have already requested severing.
Sure. The clerk's, I do think it was actually emailed to us already.
Sorry, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, the clerk, David Yim, if you look at that email, that's there.
Thanks so much. I know that there were a number of speakers who had signed up to speak, and some had written into us. Others, I received correspondence from council. We all did, saying that they'd signed up to speak before, or that they didn't have the time, knowing how long our council meeting can take, to sign up to speak. And I do hope that they too will be consulted. I hope that those who aren't able to watch our council meetings because they're working, or to Councillor Swanson's point, because they're unable to um, to be here, because they're trying to focus on their basic needs just to keep themselves alive, getting a roof over their head, keeping themselves out of extreme weather conditions, and making sure that they have a meal. And those are people that I have worked with. Those are people that um, inspired me to run for Vancouver City Council, along with the people who are trying to just afford to live in this city. Everyone deserves public safety. Everyone deserves to feel safe walking down the street in our city. And lately, the things that I've heard from people on the streets, but also business owners who, one of them I heard from now, sometimes on the weekends, because of where their business is located, sleeps in their store because they're concerned that they can't go through another large property theft, and that the alarm company won't call the police in time. So they feel that they have to be in their store or they will lose everything. To hear from a concierge in a hotel that they tell people not to go walking downtown at night anymore because it's not safe. We hear about that in third world countries. I've heard about that from my friends who lived in South Africa, that they couldn't go out without, armed security. Not the city of Vancouver. That's not who we are. This is a city where we want to make sure that people not only feel welcome and safe, but they feel that there's a real community. It's more than a city here. I also think that we have to acknowledge that it's a core service. Public safety is a part of our mandate as a city, and it's right there in the Vancouver Charter. So it is important that we as a council help these people to feel heard. This motion is also about, and I really want to highlight that the third part of this motion, looking at complex care and models and dignified housing, not just housing, because that's not dignified. I don't think that that focuses or takes care of the needs of people. I actually think it's inhumane to give someone a key and throw them in a unit when that sets them up for failure if they don't have the services that they want and need. So I do hope that, and I also am not claiming that this will completely solve all of our problems in the city, but the public needs to feel heard. We as a council have not discussed public safety up here in a way that residents have felt that they can come and speak to us about it. Although we have heard on almost every issue how people feel unsafe. I hope that we can look at models of care like Redfish, and I really urge you all to go and take a look at their website, which I did reference, and I have clickable links in the motion, because it is amazing what is being done, and it's evidence-based. And I don't have very much longer left on my time, but I do want to say that the people in our city who deserve public safety, it's everyone. And that's from the person who doesn't have a home and is living on the streets. That's for Michael Gelter's 3.5-year-old daughter that he spoke about, who, he's trying to teach her to be kind and compassionate, not to talk to strangers, but that's what she was told. He shared his story with us. To the seniors
Just at the
who
5.
we've heard the violent have been victims of violent crimes. I want everyone to feel safe in our city. I hope council you do too.
Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. And I'm going to move us to a vote, but Councillor Swanson has asked for a severing. And Councillor Swanson, is it just letter A that you wanted severed out?
Actually, you could sever A, B, and C out together.
All out together?
Yeah.
So we could vote on, so our first vote will be on clauses A, B, and C.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So clerk's got that. We can pull up the queue. We're voting on clauses A, B, and C. Please go ahead and vote, Council. And if you want to pull up that clerks, that is passed with Councillor Swanson in opposition. And now we can vote on the remainder of the item. Please call the vote, clerks. And that has passed unanimously. Okay, thanks very much, Council. That is it for our business of this agenda meeting. This meeting agenda, just thanks to the clerks and all who participated, and of course, Council for the very long hours of this week. So with that, we can ask for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. All in favor of adjourning, say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. That's passed. Thanks very much. And just before we go, clerks, is there anything that we've forgotten at all?
All good.
Okay, great. Thanks very much, Council. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and we'll see you later. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Happy
Thanksgiving,
Thanksgiving.
everybody.
Bye, everyone.